The Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827, by Charles D. Chambers. Preface. This book is an attempt to apply to Greek the methods which Professor Sonnenschein has expounded in his Ora Maritima and Pro Patria. The main principle is that the systematic study of grammar should proceed side by side with the reading of a narrative. The rate of progress, however, is more rapid than in the Latin books of this series, because it is assumed that pupils beginning Greek will have already been learning Latin for at least 2 years. The value of an introductory reader depends on its success in enabling those who have used it to read an actual author. I have spared no pains in smoothing the path to the narrative portions of Thucydides, which for many obvious reasons are greatly to be preferred to any of the writings of Xenophon. Excepting proper names and official titles, for example, Episkopos, the text does not contain a dozen words which do not occur in Thucydides. But it is not merely from this negative point of view that the vocabulary may claim to be Thucydidean. Before writing the text I drew up 2 lists, one containing all words which are found more than 20 times in that author, the other containing those which are found more than 10 times. I have introduced about 4/5 of the words in my first list, and considerably over half of those in my second list. Nor has this resulted in a vocabulary of unwieldy proportions. The actual number of words, omitting proper names, is about 1,250. Very few of these are isolated, for example, kolpos. In nearly all cases there are at least 3 cognates. For example, grinein, grites, akritos. Considerable trouble has been taken in grouping such words together. For example, in chapter 4, emporos, emporion, emporia, porisden, and it is intended that pupils should make such groups for themselves as an aid to memory. To facilitate this process, a list of compounds occurring in the book is given in the vocabulary after the simple verb. 2 specimen groups are printed on page 150. Not only in vocabulary, but in sentence construction and turns of expression, I have endeavored to keep the narrative of Thucydides constantly in view. Quotations from Andocides and Pseudo-Lysias, and from many other authors down to Diodorus Siculus, may occasionally be detected in the text, but none of them are out of harmony with the general style. The only author from whom I have plagiarized constantly and unblushingly is Thucydides himself. Holon arden epagagon, as Lucian would say. In choosing the subject of the narrative, 2 considerations guided me. Firstly, Greece should be the scene and Greeks the actors in the drama. Secondly, the narrative must be an account of real events. The Greek War of Independence fulfills both conditions, and has this advantage over more recent history, that neither railways nor steamers disturb the scene. Only 2 post-classical words have been found necessary. Videlicet pyritis, gunpowder, monasterion, monastery, both of which are classical in form. Isocrates' view that it is possible periton noosti gegenemenon archaios epein is certainly true of this period. Many important events, such as the various sieges of Athens, have been omitted from want of space. The incidents of 6 years cannot be compressed into 1,500 lines. But though I have confined my attention mainly to the Peloponnese, the islands, and Messalongi, I hope that an intelligible and not wholly inaccurate view of the war is here presented. Some additional color is given by various anecdotes inserted in the notes. The Greek-English vocabulary is very full and aims at teaching the pupils to use a lexicon. Much information is inserted in it, which might have found a place in the notes. The syntactical details will, I hope, prove useful to those who are eventually going to write Greek prose, while they can readily be disregarded by those who only aim at being able to read a Greek text. On pages 141 to 150 will be found the accidents required for Part 1. After reaching this point, it is desirable that boys should familiarize themselves with the arrangement of a grammar. 2 parallel exercises are given under each set of rules. It is intended that only one of these should be done on paper. The other may be used to supply examples in explaining the rules, or may be taken viva voce. I am indebted to a large number of books, and in particular, A. to the Greek Accidents of Professor Sonnenschein, to which references are given in the notes, and to Murray's Greek Grammar by J. Thomson. From Mr. Thomson's excellent book I have borrowed many syntactical notes and the treatment of prepositions in the vocabulary. B. to innumerable editions of Thucydides, to the Index Thucydideus of Van Essen, and the Lexicon Thucydideum of E. A. Beton. Without the help of these two, the book could not have been written. C. to S. Trikoupis Historia des Hellenikes Epanastasios, T. Gordon's History of the Greek Revolution, G. Finley's History of Greece, volumes 6 and 7, C. A. Fifth's History of Modern Europe, volume 2, Sir A. Allison's History of Europe from the Fall of Napoleon, volume 3, together with a number of memoirs. There are several works of fiction dealing with this period. G. A. Henty's In Greek Waters, somewhat unsympathetic. E. F. Benson's The Vintage and its sequel The Capsina, these two are excellent. M. Yokoi's Lion of Janina gives an account of Ali Pasha and the state of affairs immediately preceding the rising in Greece. Lastly, my best thanks are due to Mr. W. L. Bunting, who read the manuscript and offered many valuable suggestions, and to Professor Sonnenschein, of whose advice and assistance I have continually availed myself during the last 2 years. Signed C. D. C. Birmingham, March 1906. End of section 0. Bandade den tauta de rumena hyparche to gyno gdemati. And the pleon eideies, and the boethuies de gynonia, eise episcopuies ton tu diadictiu topon, LibriVox.org. The Greek War of Independence, Part 1. The campaign in the Trans-Danubian principalities under Prince Alexander Hypsilantes. Kephalaion to proton. The physical features of Greece. Estimen he Hellas gemi grakai orene. Monegar hetet salia u corene estin. Eke de duo moirans. Emmesogar auton estin ho Corinthios kolpos. Kai stenos estin ho isthmos. Kai epeiros men estin hepros borean moira. Kersonesos de hepros mesembrian. Kai hymen palaioi onomasdun sitan kersonesom Peloponneson. Hogar Pelops ectes asias palai aficomenos pros anthropun saporuns, hos graphe ho tu gylides, ho uluru, and exin graphe tu polemu ton de Athenaion, cae ton Peloponnesion, dieton Pluton di men megisten en tauta pros lambane. Hyden nyn epicoriei onomasdun sinauten morean. Hegar ide des coras, homoia esti, do pillo des moreas. Mi credeis in hypotemoi, cae ente epeiro, cae ente morea, blendu acaloiu, ende de merinei hora, dieton hieton u radios diabati. Od acaloios, uc esti micros, cae tans pegans ece endois lopis des Albanias, cae inspipte inston kolpon ton Ionion, catanticru des Kephalanias. Peruns ide holi nia ton lopon, inston mesogean alla Paula insin cae calepai. Enis igar ende cora caradrai ucoligai, hoste uradia estin he epimexia tois ende mesogeia cae tois paratalatius. Cae proseti nesois in ucoligae metaxutes de Europes cae des Asias, cae ton nesom megiste est in he euboia, engus des Atticesque mene. Ton da allon onomas totatai in he de Samos, cae he Chios, cae he Lesbos. Kephalaion to Deuteron, the inhabitants of modern Greece. Katadeten arkentu polemutude nemusi den koran hyte turky, kyrioi garinsi des ges, kai hy apogoni ton pelaion Peloponnesion, kai xymektos oklos ton epoikon, kai hy pleistui ton epoikon Albanioinsi, kai hy mempilioinsi to Hellenica dema, hy dek xymachinsi ton turkon. Donde allon epikorion hymen den diaitan agunsinen de Mesogeia catacomas atekistus kai Georgiinsi kai da probate trefunsinen tois lophuis. Hyde catot latioinsi kai empori kai ectes talatses ton pleiston dubio lambanunsin, hoten kai Pluton ocoligun ecunsin. Kai he paratalatios polyanthropos esti nautikaio kloa. Hyde Georgoi hyen de Mesogeia aporoinsin. Anankasduns igarautuns hy turkui duns de alluns poruns perein, kai den decaten don horaion. Hoste ucoligui dia den aporian don anankaion, lepuns in dans comans, kai anomos en dois lopus, di harpages ecunsi den dropen hosper kleptei. Harpasnunsigar umonon taton turkon, alla kai taton brimpilon, kai udenos estin autois hocindynos, ude hotanatos, huto de peiran lambanunsi tu polemu. Kephaleion do triton, the causes of the war. Kai duo aetiae hae maliste aie pro agunsi tun supercumus istum polemon, hete bitumia des eleutherias, kai het timoria ton adicion. Dengun epitumia des eleutherias ecunsin hyte Peloponnesioi, kai hynesiote, kai ede protiumeis in hopla lambanin, kai prostuns despotans cindineuin dietade. Protom men oligoriae ecunsin dus turcuns, kai nomisnus in hoti autui men synetuisi, kai Andreioi, kai Hosioi. Tuns de despotans ecunsin ac synetuns, kai anandruns, kai teus extruns. Alu prosecetuis ac synetuis archin, ude tuis synetuis hypacuen, ud axioi hy atolmois i despotai enae ton dolmeron. Epita anomamen kai adica aie pascunsin hypoton turcon. Adicumenoide ucoioidnis i dicen lambanin paraton aethion. Allananque esti ten adician hypomenin, cae gertois scritae sudem melle ute ton nomon ute tu diceiu, alla metadoron tans dicans grinunsin. Atimor et iun, eti pascunsin hypercuoi alluc anelpistuis ites timorias. Emperi mengartes leisteias esin hy nautai, emperi de ton hoplon cae ton macon hy kleptai hy endois lopois, cae proseti nomisdunsin hoti hy rosei mellunsin boeteian autois parechein. Huto mende emparascaueis tu polemu hyte nesiote cae hy epeirotei. Axios de mnemes estin hopolemos hode, cae garxum bainus in nautae, cae naumachiae, cae pesdomachiae, cae prosdosiae, cae xymporae pantuiae, cae erga axiologa hon tamen de megisten aeschinem pere tuiste turcuis cae tuis hypecuis, ecte ton cae athanaton doxan lambanus in hecateroi. Kephaleion do tetarton, the Philiki heteria. Ines ande cataton chronon de enteo de sa, rossica emporia, empori Hellenicoi ucoligui, kai en to Byzantia kai en allois corius deus paraton euxinon ponton. Kai ecte semporias plusio ies ankai uca dynatoi. Kai xin homotai genomenoi, kalpos gareperon ten ton turcon arcen, apostolus latraia pempon estem peloponneson kai allose, kai hosus epeton synagus in estem synhomo sian, hos de metecus in autes monon hycateperon, alla kai hy pleistui ton axiologon politon kai ente morea kai ente neses. Kai tun sendek synhomo siae onomazusi tempilicen etairian. Ton detairis ton, hymen tote bulaon hot iugeti crediet riven. Alla otiustum en Byzantion catacaien kai ton sultanon gitenen, tende eleuterian kai tempalaian archen to hellenica demo analambanen. Tuis dau prostatais tes synomo sias mallon en gnome protomen tunsende Moldovlachiae exagenes ton polemon. Epeta kai tunsende Peloponneso. Estide he Moldovlachia humoros de Russia, kai de Austria, kai de Bulgaria, kai horizdi menautem prostem Sembrian, hoistros potamos, horizde de Prosboran de Carpatia, hyde Picorie tes de Moldavias, kai des Vlachias hypecuies anton Turcon, kai poron autis cadeniauton eperon, aluc enesan ente corae stratiotae Turcicui plenoligon, ugar nomemon en catetans xyntegans. Alla die pempen sultanos hyparchus Christianus, cae prurus Hellenicus, cae Albanius, cae di auton archus ites ges hy Turci. Hy dum Moldovlachioi hetuimoi esan, huto gare mantanon paraton angelon hyc synomotei, hopla lambanen cae hypertes eleuterias gindineven. Grupa une poriton hy hetairistai, tot argirion cae ta hopla proston polemon, cae ecelon tuns pilus tuns ente Moldovlachiae hatruisden stratiotans, cae ta alla parasceuesden. Cae malis epra son proston Theodoron, cae ton Georgacen, cae ton Carabian. Homos de diaprodoton ematon hy Turci ta perites xynhomo sias. Cephaleon to Pempton. Hypsilantes crosses the Pruth, 6th of March, 1821. Caepide elten Angelia hoti pantatante Moldovlachiae hetuima autos esti. Ton hypsilanten strategum prostaxantes hetairistai angelon to Georgace caetuis allus hoti crepantas hosi metocriis ites xynomos sias eutus en hoplus parenae. Ende hypsilantes huios tuprin hyparcutes Moldovlachias hos hypoton Turcon epiprodosiae epetane, cae stratiotes men Andreos en, cae tolmeros en Machei, ende strategiae atolmos cae aperos. Diabans dun tom brutum potamon cae strateus sans insiatium mete stratiotonis diacosius, cat hesuchianes elten. Edegar hyente xynomo siae tuns prurus, esande tetraconta auton desante somerus elabon, cae tuns emporus tuns turcicuns desmois epilatson, plen hosi apepugon. Gerixans un hypsilantes hot epeleuteria ton epicorion hece, cae hoti hotes Rosias tyrannos melle boetien auta parecin. Allos dietriven en to Iasia, utegar to galation catelaben ute ta alla coria tendeis metzoriis, ude tuns nautans heteroisden hon ucoligos en horismos en to galatia, kai diauton radion en tonte potemon kai tuns poruns pilatsen. Hydebicorie hos eidon tenda actionesian tu strategu, kai ten aperian, hypopte genomenui u kypehuon to hypsilantei, ude etselon hopla airin, enomizonte hoti umbelle autoisten eleuterian parechin, alla malon despotom met bolen, kai hama ton angelui, ectu galatiu, hya pangellun sin hoti hokarabias metaton allon hetairistom poneun situn sekei turkuns, kai taton emporon harpasunsi kai tan soikians katakaigunsi. Kai hyento iasia stratiota ja kuusantes, kai autoito auto ebratson. Eutysgar ex egagon tuns desmotans, hunsen desmoteria epilatson, kai apolnagon kai tan soikians auton herpazon. Kai hymen taxiarchi kai hyepicorio e collion autuns. Hod hypsilante sumonum panta perieiden, alla kai strategum prostatse ton carabian, hos malista aetios en des adicias. Kephalaion to Hecton. The insurgents concentrate at Bucharest. Kai meta hemerastinas probainen ho hypsilantes insto Bucurestion, en hoen ho gergakes ho prurarchos, meta stratiotantinon hui pruroiesan du coriu, kai pistos ho georgakes, etis kai alloston entei synomosiae, kai Andreios hama kai Anaxios des xymporas, kai hysteron prosepesen autoa. Pareesande kai ho Theodoros ho prostates ton epicorion, kai ucoligui ton ectes perioicidus. Cariti garautuns xynegagen ho Theodoros. Illegegar hotien elpidi esti ten tyrannida ton turcon car lyen, kai te patridi ten eleuterian anallaven. Pantesun entoi autoa corio stratopedon catelabon, kai ede panti de ataxias kai hypopsias esan hyde stratiotei kai hypolitei. Hymengar stratiotei herpazon taton politon kai atakto iesan. Ugar miston pareiken autis hypsilantes. Hyde taxiarchi diaporoi genomenoi eneridiesan, kai hypopteon alleluns, tude hypsilantu ute taxiarchi hypekuon ute stratiotai. Esande pygadestines ectes hellados hyaiei eutacto iesan, kai meteikon des harpages, kai esegrafen autuns ho hypsilantes, logades garesan kai machimoi, ins locontina hon onomazde ton hieron locon, kai epiton pilon ten epigraphen eikon tende, eleuteria et thanatos. Kephaleon to Hebdomon. Treachery of Theodore Vladimirescu. Kai epeide hutos ike ta entos stratopedoa, angeliaitines denai elton ta hypsilante, kai ectes Rossias, kai ectu Byzantiu. Homengar tyrannos tes Rossias, perites strateas accusans, eutis hyporges, gryphagar autu epratson hyetairistei, egerytsen hoti ute sympratse ta hypsilantei, ute melle boetein. Hamade hyturki ton istron stratiadia bantes, ede en hodoesan. Accusantes gar hossa hui en da Galatia epaton hyputu garabiu, brotumoi esan den timorian don adike santon ana lambanen. Kai huipsilantes epide hui angeli autai elton, uketi kata koran imenen, alla gnomen eke koreniston tyrgoviston kai tekisden do korion. Eu tekiston garen. Hode Theodoros kai hui metautu protomenuk akolutunsin, alla stratopedon gatellabon engis comestinos, he apecitu Bucurestiu ecusi kai pentestadius. Epide de hui Turci tote Galation amaci heilon, kai to Iasion kai ede procorunsin esto Bucurestion, hypocore ho Theodoros ins corionti ho calunsi Golestion. Kai ede pensi delonen hoti prodotes est in Theodoros, kai protimos xium prace tuis metipsilantu, alla mallon et tele automolem prostuns turcus, kai autos parauton ten argentes vlachias laven, hos mistontes brodosias. Kai gar hypsilantes xynella ben angelontina, hos eperen epistolem paratu Theodoru prostuns polemius, en he gnomen properen en keiro automolia corem pros autus, hoste ten archen idia ecen. Kefalaion do Ogdon. Retreat to Dragashan. Epide unis do Golestion ho Theodoros elten, hote Georgaces cae alletines taxiarchi apicomenoi prosecallon auton exyllogon. Caento exyllogo ho Georgaces ecelleiuet un saldus apagenton prodoten, apiston garenae cae axion tanatu. Xynellabon un auton cae apegagon esto stratopedon tu hypsilantu, cae metoligon chronon hypotu carabiu en de notini tropo apetanen acritos. Donde stratioton husi auto exyne colutum, hui mem prostuns turgus prosecorun automoli, hui dalle cata coran emenon cae xyne macun teis metipsilantu. Caendo Tyrgovista, hosper caendo Bucurestio, atacto iesan hui stratiotai, cae dieten aporianton hebitedeion, herbas dom pantataton politon. Epide de hui Turci engis prosecoruon, hui psilantes metacrobolis mustinas, en hui secratun hui polemiei, hypecore prosta mestoria tes Austrias, en nomisde gar hoti hui Turcoi mellunsin en meso apolambane auton cae hama hui metautu uc axioma coiensin. Calapos cae en hyeto coresantes, hui stratiotai proselton is comentina techiston, hancalunsi Dragasanion, cae paraton catascopon ematon hotien autae pruratis Turcice enestin, in socta cosiunstinas. Et doci un to Georgace, estratege garton proscen, tende den hemeran hesic asdin, et alei porungar histratiotai, cyclade peripempei, ucoligon aritmonton hopliton, cae catanotu ton polemion tace ente hodo heprosten graiovan perei, hoste apolambanentus pruruns cae colluen autuns hypopeugen. Huto gar hapanta semellon apocitenem, cae gar opis centes comes en limne rediaton hyeton uradios diabate en, Errede potemos metaxu ton turcon cae ton enantion. Stratopedon catellabon, hote georgaces cae hocarabias, engustes comes, hode hypsilantes cae hycatopin, hesucazon en coria epitedeia, ho apice tu dragasaniu stadia penteconta. Kephalaion duenaton. Battle of Dragashan, 19th of June, 1821. Hymen allui cada coran emenon, hode carabias diaten oxunesian banda eptiren, etelegar den doxantes nices tuis metautuinae, que hamate hesperae mecanastinas parellaba gryphautu georgacu, que metetes hippu hes strategi den gefuran diabans insto dragasanium proelce, que prosepese tuis turcis, que hieros locus epeide autonidon pro core santa, cae autui istu ergone corum, cae tumo, cae Rome inselton isten comen. Protum menune povuntus turcus, cae turbum paricon host emellon tente comen ecliping cae dietes limnes hypopeugin. Eg nungal hoti catenotu edes in hoi hoplitae. Epitamente aistomenoi hoti oligois in hui metacaraviu, cae hoti ute hui alle stratiotae pros boetusin, ute hai mecanae denaisi, apirigar esan hui epitais mecaneis. Dromo prosebalon tois enantioi satroi, cae etrepon cae tans mecanas heilon, cae ton hieron locon ecraton, cae pantas hosi pein apectenon Andreos Macomenus. Huigar metacarabiu, epeire eidon da genomena, uxipemenon alla tactos apepygon nestos stratopedon. Kephalaion dodecadon, Flight of Hypsilantes. Hode georgaces epeide tauta ematen, eutus metecaton stratioton hui etucon engus parastantes, epabuete, cae huto tolmeros prosebaletuis turcus, hoste anellabe duotom mecanon cae hosi hypolupoi esantu hieru locu esoasde. Cae meta tuto edoci anacorin estos stratopedon. Oliguigar esan hui metautu, cae uceti huiui tesan tuis polemius antecen. Huide uc epidiocusin, obsegar tes hemeras ede en, alla esten comen an elton. Toda hypsilante, epede elten he angelia tautes des maces, atumia enepese, cae mallon e protoron epitume ec peugin, cae de hysteraia metoligon stratioton cae taxiarchon, latra apotus stratopedu epugen esta methoria, cae ceruxans hoti dietenda apistianton allon strategon cae ten ataxianton stratioton, uceti elpisesti tes nices, diabeni ectes Moldovlachias esten Austrian, cae metatauta is desmoterion espiptei, haegar archae hae Austricae xunelabon autonte cae tuns allus, cae hysteron chrono abetana nosae ente Viennei, cae epeide epugen hypsilantes, hui allui strategoi cae taxiarchui en gindynoi esan cae aporia panton. Tongar stratioton hymen eutomolun, hyde epoiku anacorun, hyde allui uc axiomacui edocun enai. kai tomen caravia, kai alloistis in ucetia doce ente Moldovlachiae menein, alla catepugentine heurein. Catepugon un hutoi estan Transylvanian. Kephalaion to Hendecaton. Bravery of Albanians at Skuleni, 29th of June, 1821. Taude Georgake caetois pleistois ton tarxiarchon, ucadoce taude poien. Utegar etzelon tun stratiotans, hosi hypolei poiesan, apolepin, ute to hypsulante acoluthen, alla gnomen econ diaferein ton polemon. Ugar dietentu hypsilantu paruncian, alla dioicean reten hyperdes eleuterias hopla lavin. Ebulla onun apodon lopon hosper kleptai polemen, cae perimenton allon hosa epatson hypoton turcon umellographin, peride tu Georgaku cae tonen Skulenio Albanion axiam nemes estitade. Hymenem Moldovlachiae Albaniae istat Dracosius, hos ugetzelon ectu agonos apoleipin anno maches, prostus Skulenion echorun, cae xyla cyklo periebellon hoste decisden docorion, ateiciston garen, cae te trite hemerae ebelsen hoton turcon stratos. Tautem menun ten hemeran metabrotiumias prosebellon docorio, hyd Albaniae cae hyalloi oicetores anteichon. Deide hysteriae, ucedigar hypolloi poies anton tetracosion pleon et diacosioe cae catepeson edet axilla, hy turcoi bia inselton cae tuns pylacus eponeuon. Hymenum pleistoi entaute apetanon Andreos Macomenoi, olioi detines effigon eston bruton podamon, hosparatos Skulenion rei, cae ista epicetera tu podamu eneon, huto de enge allotria cata fuge hypercenautuis. Kephalaion do dodecaton. Death of Georgaki, November 1821. Hode Georgakes metaparmaku, hos hegemonen dom Macedonon, gnomen ecen isto Galatium bainin, cae eceten pros liminatina Hellenicum plein, cae metechin tu ente Helladiagonos. Edegar ercon tu polemu hyente Peloponneso, cae epimenduomenos hy turcui epidiocon autus entuis lopois aluc hyoi tesan heurein. Diapiliangar hyoicetores ecrypton autus. Telus de hogar Georgaces noso et alaipore, catepugon is monasterionti. Hy de turci epeide tauta para automoluti nos ematon, pensans dans polus nuctos catelabon, cae te hystereiae pantacotem prosebalon to monasteria aluc hyoi tesan Helen, cae ceruca proepempon, cae etzelon adeam poien tata Georgace, cae hosui alloi paresan. Hode Georgaces ute tuis logis episteuen, ute etelen ecein tuis polemiuis. Te dystereiae altis prosebellon hy turci, cae cratun tom pylon hoste ucetien elpis des soterias tuis endon. Cae ho Georgaces, epide ida te genomena, eutiusis elsen istum pyrgon tu monasteriu, en ho euporia en de spiritidos, cae epide isauton isidramon hypolemioi, empresans apetane, cae ton turcon ucoligi xinapetanon. Huto mende en recto meni apu hote hypsilantes cae hymetautu tu proton hopla elavon, o Moldovlachia agon is aiskran eltet eleuten, diatente axinesian tu hypsilantu, cae hoti hyoicetores ucenomidon auton soteraenae, alla malon xenon cae allopylon. telos tu pro tu merus. Vox koinonias pepoiemene. Bandede tan tautha terumena hyparche to gyno gedemati. And the pleon eideies, and the boethuies de koinonia, eise episcopuies ton tu diadictiu topon. LibriVox.org. Part 2. The First Year of the War in Greece, 1821. Kephalaion to driton kai decadon. The Outbreak in the Morea, March 1821. Kai prin tan Moldavlachia huotos in saiskran teleutan eltsen, hy alloi Hellenes kai malista hyente Peloponneso pandidropo paraskewazdontai prosta paronta. Kai matsontes hotien hoplois edes in hyente Moldavlachia hypsilantus strategundos, kai hoti gratunsi ton turkon, ugarta onta engelon hy apostoloi, alla panta kosmun, buuluntai kai autui metechin tuagonos, kai ente helladi majestai hypertes eleuterias, kai ente tarta meni tuene autu, herche hedet tu polemu gignetai, et du congertines stratiotai ton Albanion apobantes in sacratan, esti de grata par Salassidion epito Corinthio colpo Gamenon, cae limena echei, cae dietes Mesogeas poreuontai prosten Tripolitsan. Hygarecei Turcui en phoboi ede ontes phylacas medepempontai. Hudoiun hy Albaniui en hodoi ontes inspiptums in Synhedran, caegar hyoi ketores is caradran en hedreuon, kai apetsanon auton isekosin hypoton polemion ballumenoi. Hyralloi epede dagenomena aistanontai, eutysta hopla apo ballonte sephygon. Tuuton ungenomenon stratiotaitines turkikoi, insta calabryta aneltsontes apengellon hoti hoi Hellenes ta hopla analavontes mellus i poliorkendo chorion kai pantas tuns turkuns phoneuen. Eutysun hui turkui hosoi esanentois calabrytois et teichisdonte ta soikians kai talla paraskevazdonte prostem mellus am poliorkian. Tautem menuun ten nykta hesykazon. Kephaleion to tetarton kai decadon. Fall of Calavrita and Kalamata, April 1821. Hamedete hemerae hyectes perioikizos Hellenes xyneltontes peiran poiuntai tu teichus. Alukoioites an Hellene, Andreosgar apotu erymatos amynontai hyendon. Homos de metahemerastina en deia ton epidedeion, ugar sitos en etien ta teichei uralloti broma. Anoncasdontai hyi turcoi keryka pempim prostus poliorkuntans perispondon. Caetuis Hellensi prostuto to kerygma bulle omenuis, lyperagar kai autuis he poliorkia, et doc apocrines tai hodia tellus i spendes tai hoste tuns de turcus, caetus Albanius hoseas anen do decei, aneu hoplon excelsen. Cae epituto adeian ton somaton poiunsin. Hyde poliorcumenoi cae per upaniu pisteuontes tuis polemiuis, homos diato megesoston paronton cacon decontaetan spondans hosadunaton allatini tropa sosdestai. Ugar hica non autis hyperceto pletsos, hoste dieton polemiam biasdestai in scatafygentina. Alla de limo apatanen eiken tui sexo. Autis ton keryka pempunsi kai spendontai kai horkuis tuis megistuis catellabon allelus hecateroi. Taude de accusantes alluitines tonantai Peloponnesoi autis hopla elabon hos eu paraskon ten eleuterian analavein. Kai chorionti calamaton onoma apoliorkun. Kai de hysteria spondans poiuntai prostun sendon, hosper caentois calabrytois, hoste tuns turcuns ados apeltsen, cae do chorion cada lambanusin. Epai Romaneuon hui Hellenes de duce, cae garoion osedoche autui senai dupolemu, tuneltones ton potamon hosparat an calamatan rei, cae aucans poiuntai xumpantes prostuns teus, duns epichorius hos aetius ontas des autuchias. Homos de tuns turcus, epe de catatans spondans aneu hoplon excelton tu te chismatos, sunelabon cae tuns horcuns parebainon, cae ton theon ton horcia ne melun. Cae gar hysteron chrono tuns mempaidans andropodismusi, tuns anthropuns poneuns in hapantas. Cae periton apotanonton cateche eticae nuen en de helladi, hologos hode, hoti catephagen autuns es selene. Nictos gar cae latra a betanon. Cephalion to pempton cae decaton. Spread of the insurrection. Cae torsos ellave pantans tuns alluns Hellenas hosi esan en de Peloponneso. Epe de autis Angelia elce, don entis calabrutis, cae te calamate genomenon. Cae catatachos paresque vasdunto hos nis polomon, cae pro tiumundo epelten epituns turcuns. Cae cataton chronotuton en esan en te Peloponneso, uc elatson dismiriui ton Ottomanon, hon hypleistui Georgiontes, catacomans a te Christus orcun, cae apylactui esan. Al ute eleu ute oictu etikon. Huger Hellenes burleuon to dicen lambanin tom prim patematon. Cae epidomenas dietelun tus de Georguns poneuontes, cae tans oicians catecaiontes, cae tas caue leian epoiunto. Tondo turcon hosies tuns lofus pygen epoiuntu, limo asteneia somaton cae traumas in apetneiskon. Cae udia macru catephaga cae tutuns selene. Oligio idetines diesosdunto figontes instant Tripolitsan, eisti ton allon te chismaton ha phylat soneti hui turcui. Cae ta ente calamate genomena econtes paradigmata panton ha cae autui emellon pascein. Pantitropo paresque vasdunto hos upot mellon testuis polemiois eikein apistuis de unsi cae ponicotatus. Huto mende is polemon aspondon cae ageruc don echorun hecaterui. Cephalion to hecton cae decaton. Device of the primates to avoid arrest. March 1821. Cata de ton chronon tuton, en hoi geneto he hallosis ton calabruton, cae eti protoron edes ten Tripolitsan xyneltin tuns de procrituns ton Hellenon, cae tuns episcopuns, dihon hui turcui ton foron epratsonto. Xynelton gar catetos hecastonis tautan tempolin, hos periton forum buleusontes, cae in axiomati esan hypoton hypercoon, cae dynamin uco ligen econ. Huide turci ele en poboiontes, est tanonto gartuns Hellenas hoti parasque vasdontai hos polemesontes. Escopun hopos nepse Homeron allotini tropo lysunsi ten apanastasin. Cae Ariston fainoto autis tuns procritus sulabin, egar ecenus catexunsi, cem pilaceter resunsin, elpison ton demon aposteresin ton hegemonon. Al uprocore autis de pragmata hea bulonto. Hygar procrito idontes men hoti procoresunsin esten Tripolitsan, cindineussunsi dena paten. Faneros de apepin ubulumri escopun hopo sarista hexeta pragmata, cae toion de tie bulevon. Xynelton es commentina, che apecetes Tripolitsa soliga stadia, kai enteutzen meta turkontinon eporeuonto hos epites polios. Alede en hodaiontes, ec parasceves en edincanon angela hos eferen autis epistolem pseudem usan kai ucalensen. Prosepoiuntogar ten epistolem paratinos tonen tripolitsa turcon pilu ontos tuis hellensin elcen, kai hoti parainei autis epoikon apelcen. Ugaras feleseinae probeinin esten tripolitsan, hos melonton ton en archais pantans punewein. Anignoscusin un tauten ten epistolen, tuis turcis hymet auton esan, cae ten prodosian auton categorunsi. Cae tuton genomenon uceti esten tripolitsan procorunsin, al apocomisdontai epoicu. Kephalion do hebdomon cae decaton. Murder of the Patriarch in Constantinople, 22nd of April, 1821. Endete Constantinopoli hos sultanos epi deperituem modoblachia polemu ecusen, hyporges ec des polios ec sebalon ucoliuns ton ec e Hellenon, alnus de cae eponeusen hos xynomotas sontas cae apistuns. Cae stratiotans instans oicians ton idioton diepempsen, epi zetes in ton hoplon diatopantans sumoios en hypopsia echen. Phaneron de genomenon ton en de Peloponneso, cae mallon orgizeto cae odoxe megati pragma praxanta, ec plexaetuns hypecuns. Protomenun synellaben heptat ton archiereon, cae edesen en to desmoteria, cae gartoi autuns xyllavein elpise, megalen ec plexin parexin tuis alluis. Epita cae auton ton Gregorion, ton patriarchen apecteinen, en tropa tuiode. Eltenis ten oician tu Gregoriu homegas diermeneus, meta tu grammateos cae stratiotanti non, cae engelen auto hoti de autus, dus archiereans xyncalein, hos periton paronton buleusontas. Cae epide istu buleuterion hui archieres xynelson, togar me hypacuein de non effainota autis. Anigignoscata hypotum megalo dihermeneos, epistole en hei categores tu Gregoriu hos sultanos, hos prodotu ontos, cae meteton polemion tu basileos xymprazontos. Apegagon un auton histratiotai isto desmoterion. Apochore santos de autu hodiermeneus elsius eceleus et uns parontas haerestai allontina patriarchen antitu Gregoriu. Tongar Basileon ubules taetuns Christianus aneo patriarchu enae, dietoten hiorten agen, et ducongar to pasca poiesontes te epigignomene hemerae, cae te hysteraia celeus santos tu sultanu hoplitaetines cae hippes exegagon ec tu desmoteriu ton Gregorion ten sceuen hieran eti forunta, cae dieton hodon poreu omenoi afficonto isten oician autu, cae entade protestiras apancusin auton cae per anaetion onta cae acriton. Kephalion to ogdon cae decaton. Recovery of the Patriarch's body. Cae epimen 3 semenas protes oicias emenetus soma tu patriarchu. Epeta hui entele eceleus anton Judaiontinas, extis tuigar esan hui Judaioi tuis hellesin, apocomisdein auto, cae esten talas sans ripten. Ecin iun is ploion is bantes cae sparto desantos lisom prostos soma eripsan esten talasan. Al ugar hicanos barius en ho litsos hoste cada dius aeton necron, edu comportmestines Christianoi heurontes ton necron to anemo cada feromenon, cae apocomisnus in esten odeson, aestomenoi men hoti esti to soma hiereostinas Christianu, agnountes do hoti esti tu patriarchu. kai bede eis tanunto hyente ode sa don necron hospertea duce ec des talases anaferomenon, edoxe demosia don tafon poiestai, kai pompen epoium megalan kai euprepen. Epidegar hec fora egeneto, esan entois pompeusi pantes hui axiologotatui ton politon, kai hires poloi, kai hipes, kai hoplitai, kai ton xenon plesos di mega. Huto mende etapton ton Gregorion ton patriarchen. Ide taute geneto ente summasi don proxenon tes Rosias, kai tes Anglias, kai ton allon megalon dynamion, ukalaponicas destai hosa epatson hui Hellenes hui en Smyrne, kai pollais allais polesi. Polluns mengar anthropus kai paidas e phoneusan hui Turkui. Pollans zoikias lean poiunto. Kai pantaku en thorbus polys kai ekblektikos. Kephalaion to enaton kai decaton. Deputation from the Morea to the islands. Kai eutius metatata hui procritui tes Peloponnesu presbis pempusin est psara apangelontas apapoiekasin huiente hellari. Apo bebecotes un hui presbis isteneson cata lambanusi ton demon mellon da ecclesiam poien peritu polemu cae parel ton disauton elegetuiade. Paralleli tamen opsariane isten ecclesiam tende hospison tuns nesiotans boetin tuis cateperon, xium bebeca garceiros, hos upo protoron, hyger Peloponnesioi hopla lavontes eden nike casi tuns turcus, cae crate casi tes coras. Hyde turcui bepeugansi men ista te schismata, bepeugotes de ucecunsi da epitedea ude ta allas geuhe hoste antechin, e cade gen cae cade talasan poliorcesomen hautus. Tagar de schismata panta plantes tripolitsans para salasia esti. Deum pantas tuns nesiotans, cae hossi ista nautica empiroinsin eutis boetin. Syngenes gar este ton en de Peloponnesoa, cae eton gindyno metexete cae des apauton eleuterias. Alude macregorin, autuigar heoracate, hossa hui turcui, istuns Hellenas hemartecasi, cae hossa ento paralleli toti chrono bebontamen. Hyde psarianui apoton logon tuton de tarsecotes, cae mimenes comenui haento princhronoi hui turcui edigegesan. Pro tumulto timorian ana lavem panton hon ebebontesan, cae hypes conto entace boetesen. Id presbis, ebele eis tanonto autuns pro tumuls ontas, epleuson est spetsa, cae ten hydran, cae ten des psaruis genomena angelandes epitontus nesiotans estom polemon. Kephalaion to Ekoston. The islanders join in the revolt. April 1821. Vid nesiotai hutui jupoteleis mem foruesan, cat eniauton garepem ponton forum prostan Constantinopolin, dat alla autonomoi apoliteuonto. Cae hama pollans naus econtes emporias Heneca megam Pluton elefesan cae empiroi esan ton nauticon. Cae catemenden epanastasin des Gallias, cae tuns hysteron epigignomenus polemus, en huis stratege hon Napoleon, siton ise comison cata talassan estans polens tans pros hesperantes Europes. Ec pepedocotos de tu Napoleonos, uc homoios eupraguon. Caen tuto to chrono en ho earchetu Hellenicu polemu geneto, genei menes an hyplestai ton neon, vid nautai scholazuntes cae etiumun. Hei, kai mallon pro tiumundo ebiskewas den dans naus, kai epiplum poiestai tuis turkuis. Affigomenon ton presboon syn elton hynne sihotai, hos bulleu somenoi periton paronton. Kai doxam metechintu agonos, discopon hopos arista ton plum poiesontai. Kai ariston fainato autois, dans naus alnos ec pempen, hopos da fortegica ploia ton turkon sylnebsontai. Etidecai ista nepiron da sasias plein, hos ebimele somenoi hopos embolon genesontai do sultano me pempen boetian tuisen de Peloponneso poliorcu menus. E fainunto gar hyende Constantinopole toniston hellanda plum parescevas domini. En tuto edicen afficomenos ectes ciu neophytostis, hos epise tun centele proton ischion ton plum poiestai. Hod neophytos perimenta politica aperos en. Hysteron de chrono didascalos genomenos epeideus etinas ton axiologota ton Hellenon. Cae ede emploiontes ematson hote hui turcui xyl lavontes tuns procrituns, hosiende hiocat ocun, homerum secunsi. Cae numizuntes hoti ton epiplum poiesontai te nesa, em megala kindyno ton somaton esontai hui homerui, apractui apepleusan. Kephalaion to proton caecoston. Success of a Greek fireship, June 1821. Accusantes dohoti neostines turcicae ec tubos puru ec pleunsin, eutsis parescevasanto hos eceise ton plum poiesomenui. Cae dichon triereitini ton turcom perisamon hormusei. Cae ugar etelon en hemera insceras elsen, ebuleusanto hui nauclerui nyctos prosballen. Hode canaris, ende ton naucleron empirotos cae Andreos, gnomen poiesato hoti dei pur emballen de trierei, cae autos buleto temperan poiesastsei. Hol cademen untina palaian, cae edice parunsa, egemisan glematidon cae dados, cae nictos ebigenomenes ins bantes nautaititines sin secosi, cae autos ho canaris, cae gelation ana de samenoi elatson tuns polemius pros pleontes. Cae epide ede engus esan, cira sideran ebebelon de trierei, hoste uceti dynaton en dois turcuis da duo ploia apolluen. Cae hui metacanarios de men holcadi pur enebalon, autoide isto gelation metabantes elaunon. Cae ausius flogs megale geneto, epi furu untos tu anemu, cae huiente trierei u hoioi tontes to pur pausai, pantes homu diepteronto. Ugar en autus instengen nen hos meteoru hormuses destrieruns. Hui de Hellenes hosite speras metechon, pantes soslonto dieto tuns polemius malum pros ten holcada e pros toceletion tunum prosecen. E pairomenoi un te Eudokia pareplon ten epeiron hui Hellenes, cae ento parapla hamamen apopasin se poiesanto, cae pollen lean elavon hama deploia fortegiga xyl lavontes, tuns men nautans cae tuns emporuns e fonauon, dans de naus e aplus e poiesanto, e ana de samenoi parecomisanto insta psara, cae ec plexis polle geneto tuis turcis ec tu ergu. Kephalaion to deuteron caecoston. Battle of Velletsi, 24th of May, 1821. Cae poliorcumenon en de triplietsa ton turcon, xune triste estem poliorciam megaplesos ton Hellenon. Cae paresan hydalli strategi, cae ho Demetrios hypsilantes, cae ho colocotrones, Tuton homen Demetrios Delphoson tu hypsilantu tu emmodovlakia strateguntos exepempte hypautu esten Hellada. Hodokolokotrones protorumen anton klepton, kai teit Andrea proekon kai emperia tu polemu en axiomatien hypoton Peloponnesion. Huutujun hystrategui prostaparonta bulle womenui escopun hopos lepsontai to chorion. Egar tuto lepsesetai, elbison entake kaiton allon tei chismaton, hon hyturgoje fylason gratesin. Keitumem proton edoxen epiton lofon, hykyklo periesi te polei, stratopedeuestai, kaiton parodon phylaciam poiestai, hopos metet apitedeia es comistesetai esten polin, mete hyendon esten talasam peuxontai. Huton gar nomisdon hodikrono hetripolitsa ekpoliorke thesetai. Stratopedeus samenoiun epiton lofonton hypertes polios, he sychasdon ute estopedion catapainontes, ute te pole prosbolans poiumeni. Hyde turcui, idontes hoti paresceu vasdontai hosnes machen, protom men ebec solum se poiesanto, cae cratun des ges. Epeita en allegoria edet uns polemius equontes, die noetes am prosballen to megistos stratopedo, cae epede caeros doce ienae, ham heo exceltontes metapollon hopliton, cae hipeon, cae dietu pediu poreutentes, anebainum prosto stratopedon ton Hellenon. Hyde epede heaphodos egeneto, aputo erumatos macumenei ape crusanto tuns polemius. Cae nictos ebigignomenes enancascesan hyturcui hypocorein apractui, cae ende catabase throrubescentes polloi apetanon. Hylolus garontos tu choriu, hy Hellenes radios et thorubon autus, emperiontes des choras, cae ectuas falluns ballontes. Cephalion to Triton cae Ecuston, siege of Tripolitsa. Epartentes de dainige tautae, hys strategeiton Hellenon excelli ponto stratopedon tuenteis lophois, cae catella ponta tricorufa. Estide ta tricorufa lophos engystes polios gemenos, cae hama paresce vasdonto hos prosbolem poie somenui te polei, cae epide hy turcicoi hippes exceltontes, hos per cae protoron, escedastes an anatopedion, o colocotrones locis de stratiotan stinas in scoilen hodon. Cae hy ectes enedras aipsnidios epigonomenui tuis hipeusi catonotu prospiptunsi cae trepunsi. Hoste dieptares men is hecaton oligui ditines instant tripolitsan dia socesan. Huto men un hy Hellenes ecratun des ges. Tuis de turcuis uceti en ebec soluns poiestai, ude trophe hicane hyperchen, hosten estenun cae autui cae hyhippoi. Aporuntes de hopos socesontai, eselon spendestai hoste metoplon exeltein cae ados instantalasan poreutenai. Hyl strategui ton Peloponnesion coineimen ucedexanto tuns loguns, idia de angeluns pempsantes prostungsendon, etines autuis gnorimo iesan, hypes conto peisestai ton somaton epitoi argyrion reton decestai. Alloide ellatson polluntes sitontuis poliorcumeneis, nyctos garta epitedeia perum prostateice. Hutomen chronia ageneto he poliorgia. Epeide de hy Hellenes emathon hodistrateumetti torcicon ede poreuetei instant Peloponneson, cae henees ectes Constantinopolios exepleusan, protiumetes antem polin Helleim printautanten stratean apficestai, cae cerica pempsam pros tuns turcuns, legonta hodiet cellus is spendestai, hoste pantans tuns entei polei, tuns dandras, cae tans gunaicans, cae tuns paedans, aneu hoplon excelsen. Kefalaion to tetarton Gaiegoston, Fall of Tripolitsa, 5th of October, 1821. Hyde Turkui, engel to gar ede audis, hosa egegenauto gai apeprakto en to neo castroa, gai tuisallis de chismasin ha ekpopoliorge menaen. Effobethesan gai allan spondas proferon gai egecheirian epoiesanto. Gai tes egecheirias genomenaes, edi constratiotaitines Hellenici prosta deiche coruntes, hositum polesontes tui sendon, gai prosperontes climacas anebainon. Anabantes deutius catecops antus pylacas, gai to Hellenicon semeion epito deiche eran. Tata de iduntes, huentos stratopedo hopla labontes dromo corun, hymen ista deiche, hide prostans pylans, haedukon aneogmenai diatene cecheirian. Ke bia in selsun istem polin. Ke lampros le lumenon don spondon, pans idea letru epigenototes politais. To mengaranthropon, hymen, en chersimechomenui apetharon, hyde, estans oikias fugontes en eprescesan. Haide gynaikes kai paides, o mos kai aparai tetos poneutesan. Tautem men nun den hemeran, kai tes hysteraias merosti, tu sendon apoketenontes epepaunto hui Hellenes. Tede trite, dietes polios escedas menoi tansoikias hosai uc ede cecaumenai esan, alesdonto. Kai epipollans hemeras, hui ectes perioi idos, epeide afficto autois hangaliates lasios, xynel zontus harpagen, eiti paralleleipto, lean apoiunto. Kai pollon necrona tafononton, ugar etselon hi Hellenes taptinda somatotona somanon, erxato ede luimos gnestai, hoste doxe tui strateguis, den de pollin leipein, kai de chorionen hoeas an strato pedeumenoi, ededar edet neces am polloi. Taudemen tacate den halos in des tripolitsas genomena. Telus tu deuteru merus. Pantedet an tauta de rumena hyparche docui no gedemati. En de pleion ideas, en de boetuyes de koinonia, et episcopuies tontudia dictu topon. Librivox stigme.org. Part 3. The Campaigns of 1822 and 1823. Kephalaion to pempton kai ekoston. The Samians try to persuade Chius to join in the insurrection. March 1822. Kai hamata eri eutis archomena tu epigignomenu terus, ho sultanos en naeke nans apostellein ectes Constantinopolios, hopos hoplitanste kai sidon e sagagonsin esta deichismata hosa en de Helladi etipoli orketai. Kai hama apobasins poiumenui, cata plum pobum parecosi tuis nesiotes. Dongar neson gratatison eucateire toteruns nomisen esestai tuns alluns Hellenas. Kai ton neson epigindu notaten den tesin econ, hete chios kai hesamos kai tapsara hos engis onta des epeiru. Kai huimem sarianui empeirotoi ontes des talatses, kai hui samioi en oligoriae puiuntu tuns turcuns. Eutycesantes gar en to protera etei, edocunis cyroteroi autoanienai. Vidicie plus iototoi ontes, kai neson tuis pansin euporotaten oicuntes, prosten hesychiam mallon ten gnomen econ pobumenoi meta de notata pathosin hypoton turcon hypoton Hellenon. Peridetuton ton chronon, etice pugastis Chios onomati Antonios, in samon apficomenos, cae meta Lycurgu xum prace hopos ins apostasin epotrunosi tencion. Hod Lycurgus protoron men en iatros toda de en axiomati hypoton samion genomenos bitan notatos en to demo. Hudo iun epes antuns samius parachin naustinas, cae hoplitans legontes hodi ei hui Hellenes pensans dans nesuns peripoiesontai, bebaioteran den arcentes talatses hexonsi. Labontes de blesosti, exepleusan cae apobas impoiesamenui isten cion ceruca epempon, cae is apostasim proca luntu tuns epicoriuns. Hyde bulleuonto eite hopla labontes medecosi tu polemu, eite cae hesuchian agosin, hosper cae proteron, cae edoxen hesuchasden. Denon garen me hy ectes peiru barbari megalos strata apicomenui eutus den dimorian analabosin hos macran apecontos tu Hellenicu nauticu. Cephalion do Hecton Caecoston. The Massacres at Chios, April to June 1822. Alud hos Echelon hy meta Lycurgu dem peiran apocnein, procoresandes des dem polin hen orcun hy pleistuit on turcon emperiontes. Tus men aphoneusan, tus des pygen etrepon, cae den acropoline poliorcun en he encatelifte pruratis turcice. Cae hus sultanus epeide tachista taute ecusen, hoti malista origizdeto, cae edoxen eutus naus hos blestans apostellein hina boetiam parecosi de prura, cae tuns samius ec balosi. Pro tumundo de histratiotae insta macrotata, cae xuneple autis polus arithmos ton etelonton hos harpagen. En tuto poliorcu menu etitu coriu, ton Chiontines, tol me roteroi genomenoi, fovumenoi me hypotu Lycurgu de notata patsosin, hopla elabon cae xune poliorcuun den acropolin. Prin dexelten paraboetes et strateuma ton Turcon, is heptacis Chilius, cae to Lycurgo, cae tuis metautu, ecpexis en epese, cae edoxen asphalesteron enae instans naus ins bantas apoplein, pros pollodina toteruns agonisdestai. Diffugonton unton Samion, hymen ciui ascenestriesan, hoste amynestai, cae ins pansan ideam pugese coruon, donde Turcon hoplitai cae allos oclos, epi polum chronon dietelun tuns men apocteinontes, tuns dandrapodisdontes, tuns dallus eleisdonto hae bulonto. Hosoi mengar insta monasteria catephugon, catechilius anthropus cae pleius xunapetanon. Alluide instans oicias cateltontes, ade angar autois hypesceto diacericon hostrategos, panoikesia hos epein ephoneuhonto. Utegar ephidonto hy barbari presbyterans, ute neoterans helicias, ute ton paidon, ute ton gynaikon, cae to saude adicesan, hosa uke mnemonneuto allotipu genestai. Homos de ton apotenonton, ulypero terra epeinoto, he sympora, cae ton perigenomenon, epigar dulea epemptesang prosten epeiron. Cephalion do Hebdomon Caecoston, Mavrocordato goes with an army to Messolongi, June 1822. Cata de tuton ton chronon en ho hycioi huta sepraxan, hom Mavrocordatos prostates tu coinu genomenos, ebuloto insta Hesperia tes Hellados plein, Hina töistä suliotais töisente giapei poliurkumeneis boetheian parekei, keita pragmatais amino katastasina agagei. Hygareke Hellenes estasiason en allaleis, kai uden axiologon eston polomon epraceto. Ende Mauro cordatos gnomeite udenos hysteros, kai insta politica empeirotatos, kai protiumeto kai periton polemikon doxam proslaven. Embibasans unis tans naus hoplitans hos septocosius kai tom psilonis cilius kai tetracosius excepleus enesto mesolongion, xuneple dauta kai hopilelenon lochos. Pandesgar hy pilellenes xunhetreistesen es senalochon. Estratege dauton daniastis ita los genos. Afficomenos denesto mesolongion xuneprace te seke hegemosin hopos tun suliotan sosdei. Ton degemonon dynatototos en hogogos. Hos ede hebdomecon ete gegonos, ke kleptes to pringenomenos, pizzonototos en de sepicorius. Hutos phobumenos me astenesteran en dynamin hy klepta ecrien, ei meta mauro cordatu ta pragmata catexunsi, prodote segeneto, ke panta ha enna jekon hy hellenes latra parengelle de sturcus. Hy de stratopedon catellabon, en de arte hopos galliien tuns polemius estankiapam probainen. Stratausantes un hy hellenes estopeta, apecede to chorion tes artes hos ecus iduen deonta stadia. Stratopedeus santo cae autui, stratege dauton normannos anglicostis genos. Eleipstegar epilagadei homauro cordatos en allatsun stratopedo. Cephalaeon doogdon caecos ton. Battle of Peda and destruction of Philhellenes. 16th of July, 1822. Hymen un Hellenes, hos ute mechanai hyperchon autis, hostet en artam poliorcen, ute dynatoi esam biae dielcen estan Japan, polans hemerans he sychazon cairon scopuntes. Hyde turci en oligoria ede autum secontes, dienuntu brusbolem poiestai. Excelsonte sum polla pletei, esan dos octicis Kyriei, cae ham hea afficomenui en gistes polios cadebainon estopedion, udenos coliondos. Togar tesin eci metaxiduo lophon, uc hypselon onton, cae perieci tuns lophus pedion mega. Epide un eis tanonto hy Hellenes tuns polemiuns pros coruntas, paresque wasdonto cae autui hosins machen cae etatsonto hode. Homem pilhellenicos locos, epitu lophu tu protes comes ent tagmenos. Hopos te prote hormei ton polemion antechyen, cae tu politu ergo exceltyen. Iralle epiton catoping meteoron, diate tagmeni esan hina collysean tuns turcus taute tenephodon poiestai. Protom menun hy barbari tuis Philhellensi prosbolen poiesanto, hosper cae prosedeconto. Hyde Andreos Macomenui dis et tris apecrusanto autus, ques pyganetrapum, aluden hetson acrobolismois, cae pantitropo epeceirun hy polemioi cratein tu lophu. Epita ho turcicos strategos, idontus stratiotans allos ponuntas, cae desans me uceti udem praxeian ex enantias pros ballontes, periepem se plesos ti mega ton Albanion, hopos tuis epitu opisten lophu pros pesontes phobeseian cae huto crateseian tes polios. Huto iun elaton anabainontes eston lophon,
hone de ton gogon phylaxai, kai dietem producian autu a phylactosen, kai ede gas hypercegenomeni epipeson tuis hellasi kai spygen etrepon. Iralli idontes den dropen kai autui apephygon, hymen ista ore, hyde hos hekastui elpida ekon des soterias. Kratesan sun dom meteoron, hoton albanion strategos, tuns men diepemsen hopos tuns peugontans dioxeian. Tuns den esten komen hopos catecausseian dans oikias. Tuis de lui pois pros tuns pilhellenas pro choresen. Kai du ergon entautsa calepone geneto to loca tuto. Kai amphiboloi ontes, kai polloi soligoi macomenoi. Homos anteikon epipolin chronon, epeita mentui, ugar pleone tetsarakonto hyperleiptesan, synkleisantes droma biasdon tai diatom polemion, kai diesothesan hos pente kai ekosi, kai hexymphora haute ud mias elatson epepesen henige loca ton kataton polemon. Ton dallon hellenon hosui ephygon, u polloi apetanon. Ugar epipoly hedioxis geneto. Alla mallom prosten leian et raponto hypolemioi. Kai metetauten dem machen homem maurocordatos, kai ton stratioton hosui hypolui poi esan, an elton estum mesolongion. Hyder suliotai, hyendek japei, idontes hot iudemia boetheia hexei, dans spondans edexanto, hans proferen hos strategos ton turgon, kai apecomistes anisten kerkyran hypospondi.
Kephalaion dueneton kai ekoston. Invasion of the Peloponnese by Dramali, July 1822. Kai kataton auton tuoton chronon, ke leuontos tu sultanu, ho Dramales strategos on, autokrator metatris myrion stratioton hon hyplistui hypesesan, dietes Thessalias strateuen hopos in stem Peloponneson isbalon pensante tangente mui, cae tuis epichorius duleian epiperui, cae afficomenos instans Thebans, cae tempolin helon catecausen. Hyger Hellenes isten Salamina catephygon, cae ude dans paroduns phylason dans dietes boiotias perusans. Ende pruratis Hellenice ende Corintho tropen triome non necunsa. Tuis de prurus, hos idon tenis volenton polemion, ecplexis epigeneto megiste de, canis pygen et raponto, cae per pysei scuras unses de sacropolios, cae eupylactu. Hutos istem Peloponneson niseballon hyturcui amachei. Alla catespudem pore womenui polla ton hyposdygion, cae ton hippon apeballon, cae ta epitedea brachea echon. Hoper cae maldista en hystera diepsire ta pragmata. Cae prin ton Dramalen afficestai hyturcui, hyen nauplia tote epoliorcunto, ede en pollo atiumia cae aponoia iontes, ins logus elton tois poliorcunsi perispondon cae tes paradosios tu tecus. Hyde procritui ton Hellenon, dietribon, cae en alleles estasiazon, hos buolumenui hecastos autos to polytes harpages comisdestai. Epeide un engelte, hotito turcicon strateuma epercetai, cae hosun uc ede paresti, tuis men en nauplia Rome geneto, hyde Hellenes anelpis tui genomenui tes Eutychias cae Eutimuon. En declesia ton strategon,
kai ton prokriton kai alloi men alla allegon. Hyde pleions mallon ten gnomen ekon estans nans autui ins bainin, kai hosa cremata ekon gomizdes teis choriontias fales. Hode hypsilantes teleutaios par elton eleget alle.
Kephalaion do triakoston. Speech of Ypsilantis. Epe de apolitai pansi delonestin hoti hui turki pollostrato prochorunsi, kai hoson uparesi deihe mans prostaparonta eubuleuestai hostes patridos em megistok indino unses. Hosui menum beituns in humans instans nans ins bainin, cae prostans nesuns apopeugein, mathonton hoti etem Peloponneson hui polemioi catastrepsontai, econtai cae hainesui hostetuis figunsin, ud mia soteria hyparxei, alla mallon ispaneronoletron coresontai. Tina unelpide econtes, et tini gnome mellete apoplein. Posgar ublave, cae hemin cae tuis allois Peloponnesius tuto gignestai. Cae pos ucre, cae epito escaton agonos eltein, mallon aiscroston gindinon fugein. Nomiseide medins, hoti den aspaleian hexomen hypocoresantes estem mesogeian, caegar utet un stratiotans hoioite sometaha troisdein, utet epitedeia higenos lavein, alla radios pensan den hellada catapolemesus in hui turcui. Hutos un echonton ton pragmaton tada buleua, Pempetemem proston colocotronen hopos en tachei metastratias pros hemas eltei. Pempete decae esten allem Peloponneson. Cae autui tons paroduns philatsamen, cae tuis polemiuis anacorunsin. En tacheigar he anacoresis autuis genesete aporiae, ton epidedeion, ton siton catecausomen. Pros balomem et Andreas cae Tolmes. Cae prostun stratiotans idia tade lego. Etis oietaituns polemius poveruns senae, oti pollun sipeans econtes ercontae, pantom maldista pisteusato, endeagar tropes ucresemoi esontai hui hippoi, ude engei oreinei hoioi tesontai hui hippes blaptein hemas plea e pascein. Tuton menestentes meceti dia fobu este, alla scopete hotita polla prosimon esti, cae prosimos acolutesate, cae tolmeros epelcetetuis polemiuis. Huto garcalliston de ergon heming symbesetai, cae ucan elpiston emoege. Kephalaion do proton cae triakoston. Dromali et Argos, July 1822. Tu iaude menelegen Hypsilantes, cae tom prokriton hymem peiscentes estratopedeusanto epitom meteoron, hyde alli das petera auton labontes epion estans naus. Autos de Hypsilantes, tus heu tu econ hos heptocosius hoplitans, esten Larissan, esti de Larissa Acropolis tu Argus. Selsen hopos hypolemiui anancasdon tai diadriven, cae me istem mesogeiam poreuontai, cae hamaton siton catecause tonento pedio, hina meden hyturcui ecton agron comisdontai. Tuton ungenomenon eutius hodramales estopedion catabainei iudenos coliontos.
kai stratopedon taute catalavam pro pempsen hypeastinas in Pentacosius, hopos ta epitedeais comisdosi tuis poliorcumenuis, kai to chorion peripoiontai. Brindautuns afficestae, hy Hellenes hy to chorion poliorcun, desandes me hy polemioi spans en meso apolambanosi, to ton stratopedon apolipontes apeffugon, a macheiun ne selton hy turcoi estem polin. Ende tuto hodramales, epede uc exceltonis machen hy met hypsilantu, ude hy epiton lophon tetagmenei, tota argos leian apoiesato, cae ten acropolin apoliorcei, cae upolis chronos cae hocolocotrones afficato metastratias ectes mesogeias, cae hy Hellenes tolmerotri heauton genomeni, cae desantes hama me hupsilantes uceti hoios tei antecheen, ugar polla enta epitedeia ento tei chismati, en sphisin auteis bulevonto, cae stuiondet ietreponto. Hypo nykta catabainus in hyectom meteoron, allui allothen cae metagrauges polles, cae boes epepeson tuis polemiis, hopos malum pros fans prosecositon nun, cae tuis met subsilantu asphalea genetae tes exodu, hoper cae geneto. Hogar subsilantes, cae stratiotae hos ex seconda epide eidon ton toribon, elaton exeltontes, cae hysteron chronoa cataton auton tropon esotesan cae hylui poi.
Kephalaion to deuteron cae triakos ton. Retreat of Dramali, August 1822.
Hesykasdon de pollans hemerans amphoteri, hymen dans paroduns pulatsontes hopos me catagenda epidedea in spemste prostuns polemius, hyde procedeconto dans nans hasedes physis siton comisdene. Hode dramales, epide haineos auta paregignonto, pubumenos me uceti hy Hellenes gratetasin, alla malon autos anancastei hypochorein, en polleia timia ien. Hydellenes datom polemion idontes en hotoiestin et tarsum, cae, hosematon ecton automolon hotitei autei hodoi, hei cae instopedion proton esebalon, mellunsin hypolemioi anachorein, epempsanton nicetan cae stratiotan sucoliguns hytines enedram poiesontai, cae ta calapota tes parodu pro catalavontes phylaxunsin. Hutu iun epiton lophon catestratopedeu santo engystes hodu. Cae aporon hodramales hoto tropo asphalestate auto genesete he anachoresis, telos dianoet he duomere tu strateumatos poiesai, cae to mem pro pempein hopos pros bolans poiesontai, cae tes hodu grateseian, autos de tei hystereia metaton allon stratioton cae ton skeuoforon embellen epacoluten. Cae peide cairosen, eporeuonto tenes corinthon perus an hodon, hoplitae hoscilioi cae hippes discilioi. Cae insta ora anabainontes eutus instan enedran esepeson, cae hypoton polemion hecaterot tentedagmenon ballomenoi apetanon polloi cae anthropoi cae hippoi. Hoste plereston somaton en taceie geneto hehodos, cae uten hypocorein, utes to prosthem probainin, endaute de toribus en pollus, cae ecplecticos, cae uradion esti pitestai hoto tropo hecaste geneto. telos de oligoitine satroi genomenoi biasdon to diaton Hellenon kai isten Gorinthon esothesan. Hydalli hosui hypolli poiesan, aporuntes hoppui trapontai kai isten hylen ese perunto, hylodes garendo chorion. Kai dio comenui hypopolemion empiron onton des choras, dieptaresan, catagremnon riptontes hautuns apetanon. Mollis detines esto hauton stratopedon pugontes kai diesothesan. Kai diaton arithmon ton en tautei te machei dieptarenton, honigeta sturcophagos eponomaste.
Kephalaion do triton kai triakos ton. Death of Dramali, December 1822. Hode Dramales idon hos eket a pragmata mian ebesken hemeran, de hysteria dienoete den stratian apagi meketi de autei hozo hen hyalli eporeutesan, alla tunantion hypolemiui pylason, prosten hesperan. Kai tun stratiotans hytines kai anelpistu jäsan des soterias, paretarsyne legon hoti ude atymen. Hytines gar tohople ekhunsin, hutui kai asfaleian heutuis aie hyyitis i parechen. Kai hode etakset o strateuma hopos eutak toteriosi kai me tribethosi. Protomen heguntai hyppes, fepontai de hypesdui, hydeskeva poroi opisten epekolutuon. Epeide de ede engiston lopon elton, cata lambanus ituns polemius hecateroten des hodurte tegmenus, caigar hyellenes pante maton paraton automolon. Ke protomen etrubethesan, epeita hyppes Andreos macomenoi biasanto, ke to poluesote. Hygar Hellenes hytines mallon tän leian lambanein bulunto machestai, uketi fodunse pojunto tois sypeusin, ude tois hoplites, alla tois skeu foruis epi perumenoi pantata skeue, kaita hyposdygia harpagen pojunto. Kai hystron chrono homen dramales noso apetanen de Corintho, don de stratioton hypolloi poiku apecoresan, hydetines instans patrans mollis apecomistesan. Tuiautamen de enta cateten isbolen des Peloponnesu. Kephalaion do tetarton kai triakos ton. Death of Marcus Botsaris, 21st of August, 1823. Meta de tauta anel sontos tu Mauro cordatu estem Peloponneson, exe pempsan hyen archeis dom metaxan esto mesolongion povumenui me poliorquito do chorion hypoton polemion. Hode afficomenos emasten hodi pletsus di mega ton Albanion ede pro chorei diaton oron estem polin. Apesti lenuun tom Marcom Botsaren meta discilion sulioton hopos tom parodon pylacen poiuinto. Hode Botsares duns Albanius catalavon engiston lofon estratopedeumenus dienoace nictos peiram poiestai tu stratopedu. Enomis de gar hoti hutos am mallistatis polemiuis a prosdocetuis unsin epi peruinto cae turbeseian. Dietac senuuntinas epiton lofon hyperiecon to stratopedon hopos me latsuien hypolemiui abeltuntes. Tuis allis estratopedeusato en coria epitedea upolu apeconti. Kai epeide kairos docei enai,
Nictos unses hui suliotai is enacosium sarantes pro coron, cae domendexion gera secen autos hobotsares, tod aristeron econ hotsabellas, cae tetracosio stratiotai, cae tuns pulacas elaton epipesontes to stratopedo, cae pollus catecopton eti en eunei sontas, cae torbos egeneton megas cae ecplecticos. Ugaren ideen scotene garen henix, de prosopa tom macomenon, ude gnorizeen tuns pinus. Homophonoi garesan hisuliotai tuis Albaniuis, cae homosceui. Cae hama hui epiton lofon de tagmenui, hostem macen aistonto, polle boe cae grauge alli alluten cade bainundes misno paricon dem paracen, hoste ugecon hypolemiui hopui trapuinto. Homos de huturcicos strategos mollisc syntaxans hoplitans tinas hypegagen is hylen u poli apecusan, hotem ballontes pollus cae tom pilon cae tom polemion apecdinon. Hode botsares tauta idon cae anacelesans tuns heu tu pros bolen epoieto, tuis ente hyle cae etice plegins cae pesunta apecomisanto hyplesion. Apotenontos tu strategu pantes hyepito dexia cera erxanto hypocoren, hyda allui povumenui me hypoton polemion apolambanuinto, cae autui anacoresan. Ende taute te nyctomachia, apetanon domen Hellenon hos hecaton, donde Albanion is octocosius, cae eti pleuns et rotesan, cae donde Tromenon hos en cersi pansa hemache egeneto, hui pleistoien hystera ecton traumaton apetanon.
Cephalion to pempton cae triacos ton. Funeral oration over Marcus Botsaris, August 1823. Cae te hysteria tuns men alluns necruns autu estapton hysuliotai, donde Botsaren cae taxiarchus tinas hosui ende mache apetanon, apecomisan esto mesolongium bulumroi demosia tafas autom poiestai, hotiareteite cae tolme diaferontes e fainonto. Cae epeide hec fora egeneto hometac sans par elton elige tuiade. Pare lelitate te hemerae, o politei, hos tuns menentate gei menus catadonomimon epain somenos. Humans do hosui pareste, ec tuton tom paradigmatom para mythe somenos. Axiuegar epainuis in huitines hypertes patridos agonis dominui, ude tes psyches efeisanto. Hai rumenui thanatom meta leuterias mallon ebiom meta duleias. Cae ud dinos tuis tuiutuis ho thanatos, ud antis dicaios olopyrui doten ducen auton. Tnetui garontes doxan athanatom pros elephasin. Cae pros humans tuns eti hypoluipus tade lego. Hyturqui te nice epartentes mellus item polintende poliorcein cae hosun uparesin. Mi mumenui den tonde aretem paresce vasdeste hos ins machen, cae tuns polemius metatolmes amynaste, cae me ec plagete agan, hoti pletei lasuns esmen, me de hegiste, hoti soteria hyparxei hemin, me Andreis unsin. Cae hostis homos phobetai to mellon, anapetesto, cae mnesteto, donento polemo para logon, cae entiumeteto, hoti edetines ec de noteron et tuionde sotesan, cae hoti hymes cae hymetrei progoni,
Empolais macais que cratecate tom barbaron. Pisteusantes unto teo proshemon esestai cosmon cae taxim peripleistu poieste. Hutogar tem magisten timen autoi pros lepseste, cae ten doxantes patridos, ucelatso tuis epigignomenuis cata lepsete.
Kephalaion hecton cae triakos ton. Extract from Memoirs of Count Metaxas, Governor of Messalongi, September 1823. Cae metatauta edice trierestis Anglicae catepleusa, cae honaucleros glyphordos onoma, encelatio propensans angelon erito e bulumeno moesti decestai auton de polei. Edox en un apocrinastai hodi asmenos andec seimen auton, hospilon onton tuis helnasi ton anglon. Epe de prostuto to angelma honaucleros afficato est anoiciammu, die legometa en hemin autuis, periton hellanicon es hyon de leutem melle afficnestai, cae ta deichismata escopumen cae ten allem parasceven. Cae peritauta unti elsemoi angelia, hoti hui turcui ede cata painuinto dietu pedio pore omenui. Eutis une celausa tun stratiotans, ta hopla la vontas esta deiche elten. Hode Clifordos idon hoti polloa cosmo cae eutactos panta giginetai, erto hui politai elpisdui en oligui pros polluns macomenui cae perigenesestai. Egolde epainetogar honaucleros cae pistoson, cae ista malista filhellen, apecrinamen hoti ismenta alla elpide seimen, cae ego cae hui alloi politai, donde molybdon ucicanon econtes, pubuimetham me dynaton eia antechen, al anancastemen eclipen dem polin. Sude bulumenos hemin dom molybdon parecen, polengar euporian eches en de trierei, soter angenuio des polios. Hode ecplagens elegen, hodi ucidion eci dom molybdon, al aputu nu ton anglon de degmenon. Cae apecrinamen hodi udense colue, hosom molybdon hemin nyn bule porisden, to suton en hysterai ectes cercuras antilaven. Hode apocrinamenos hoti buleusuito apecorese. Cae hama de hespera des autes hemeras afficonto ectes trierus nautaitines euporian tu de oinu cae tu molybdu perontes, cae epistolen en hei egrapsen honaucleros, hoti pempo prosse tu oinu, cae pantac sinenenci hos bulometha. Peride tu molybdu en egegrapto uden. Huto mende esothesan hyente pole, hypandros xenu ontos, cae allu plu. Telos tu tritu merus. Events in Greece from the arrival of Lord Byron to the Battle of Navarino, 1823 to 1827. Kephalaion hebdomon cae triakos ton. Lord Byron goes to Greece, August 1823. Cae triton ede etos polemuntos cae categen cae catatallasan hui Hellenes paragnomen anteicon tuis polemiuis. Hoper pringenestai ucantis episteus en accusans. Cae protimunto polloi ton ente Anglia cae allotipu des Europes Boetian autuis parechin. Horontes hotita men nicontes, ta de hesomenui uc anelpistuiesi ten eleuterian anactastai. Hode buron,
Hostote eticen ente genue diei Dominus. Umonon di epistolon epice tuns alluns me perihoran de hypoton turcon genomena, alla drasterios cae tolmeros etele feidomenos ute tu somatos, ute ton crematon, actionti drantes doxes, he hypercen auta en pansin anthropois. Teleotontos un ede tu etus, hormatai ectes genues, que protomen afficumenos esten kefalanian, escopi hopos megista opelese tuns Hellenas estum polemon. Ende neso pletos di mega figadon, huim polle aporia diei tonto. Tutuis un hos catadodunaton idia pariceta epidedeia. Cae hama epistolans esten epeiron diepemse, cae tuns entele en ege, tat alla est raukos monagagen. Estasias dongar en alleluis hui hege monos hosper cae proteron, cae hans annans econsin, eutsius apostellin esto mesolongion. Hygar turci eti catatatsan epoliorcun to chorion tuto. Epita dienoete cae autos estan hellada plen. Accusans un hoti haiton turcon neos hypoton Hellenon nigetese apepleosan, exeple hoburon ectes Kefalanias, cae isto mesolongium mollis paregignato. Trieres gar turcice hoson ucelevet oploion en hae eple.
Kephalaion to ogdoon cae triakos ton. Death of Byron at Missolonghi, 19th of April, 1824.
Afficumenos un catellabetem polinen pleiste taraceca aporia panton usan. Esangarente pole pleone tetracosie suliotae, hom protorumen estratege hom Marcos Botsares. Ninde apotanontos tu strategu, ute miston econtes, ute hocentrophen comiuntae attactui esan cae estin, hote, que tolmon hopla airein hos machumenoi tuis politais. Tauta de idon hoburon protiumia pense ecreto, que paresceu asmoa, cae hyposcomenos idiatom miston autois porien, pantans in sena locon xynelege, que stratege autos. En hysterade diaten ataxian auton en ancaste dia lyen ton locon, cae estem morean apopempin. Eprace de cae metatu mau recordatu, hos edice paron, hopos de chorion as flespo iesonte. De longaren hoti hameri, austins ins malusin hypolemioi. Cae eime autius deicietis tempolin, catepeptoce gar estin, heita deichismeta, hexuns in hypolitae hopos amynuntae. Cae peritauto on hoburon nosesen, helodes gar ento chorion cae calepon, cae entos oligon hemeron et eleutatum bion. Hutos de pleista hins aner opeles et uns Hellenas, cae etimato hypauton hos udens heteros ton catheauton cae sdon eti cae apotanon. Et sapton garauton enta Mesolongia pensi teis nomimois, huis cromenoi timasae tuns arete diaferontas, cae umonon entaute te pole alla cae cataten allan hellada en nomisdon auton sotera des patridos gegenestae.
Kephalaion to enaton cae triakos ton. The Greek Loan, Spring 1824.
Peride ton chronon tuton, cae eti protoron, hyte procritui cae hy strategui ton Hellanon, bullon to danisma poiestae. Hosuc eti hyper conton autuis crematon entoi gynoa. Hymengar polloi ton hegemonon ta heauton monon scopuntes, uc et teles antaidia analun eston polemon, hodemos ede peniae piesdeto, kai udynatos en hikanom porom perein. Presbin sun epempsan hyentelei, kai epistolen, isto Londinon de luntes hoti adynatuiesi tuis cremasi, kai exiun hamatun sekei Philhellenas spisin boetheian parechein. Legontes hoti udeniallo tropoi huiui tesontai pareskevasdestai hosandei, tuis turkuis etien antiustai, alla anankastesontai eikin, ectes patridos apopeugein. Tauta un accusantes hui Anglii, cae protiumumenui cyneleuterunden hellada antepem sampleon Achilia talanta. Tod argyrion tuto lavontes, hyen archais eutiston au feilomenom miston tuis stratiotes, cae tuis nautais pareichon, cae allus emistuntu epicurus ectes Albanias, et ide dans genans nans episcevasantes eplerun, cae alla parescevasdonto hoppuio tropo arista e fainuto autuis. Homos de to pleiston tu argyriu allos anelurto. Hygar strategui, cae hui taxiarcui, hosa cremata ebia e apate apotu cui nul labuien et tabanon, is esteta cae hopla politele, hopo sautui thaumasteien. Cae ucecis ectu tuiutu e cacun tem patrida malista crematon de omenen.
Kephalaion do Tessarakoston. Ibrahim Pasha subdues Crete and Cassus, June 1824. Hodus sultanus, epeide pantant este auto, uceti elpis de te oikeia monon dynami nicesein tus epanestantas, anes aporian catastans, escope hopos agatontina xymacon heurete. Ende enta tote mech metales hyparchos des Aegyptu, hos epipolunkronon tates choras dia keiros ekon catestes enesto epitedeion. Hoten kai categen kai catatalatsan dynatota tos egenoto ton turkikon hyparchon. Tuto nun hos sultanus strategon autocratona catastesans, egeleisen eutis parescevasastai estum pulmon cae hotan cairosei, apopasins poiestai, istende creten cae tans allans nesuns. En nomis degar hoticrate tison ton neson dynatos estei, dem Peloponneson perix poliorcein, hopotan buletai. Hode mech metales, epeide hypeste, tans de naus epescevasde cae tun stratiotans xynegeire, cae pollei protiumiae creto elpisdon autos hyparchos cae tes hellados gnesestai. Epeidandem Peloponneson catastrepsetai. Cae epeide panda hetuima en, Hoibrehemes huios tu hyparchu pleti megalo, cae neon cae hopliton anastans, cate pleusenes ten creten. Cae apobansin poie samenos radios ten neson catestrepsato, cae tuns epicoriums anastatuns poieto. Hopotegar esceras eltien hycretes tuis Aegyptius, is pygen et treponto hos uc axiomacui iuntes. Endeutendec bleusans afficeto hoibrehemes esten casson. Vidicassi accusantes taperitan creten is pollena tymian catestesan cae ecplexin. Hos deum prospollo dynatoterum spiriton hapanton agonisdestai. Oligom menunt in chronon anteste santuis polemiuis, epite mache grate centes is pygen catestesan.
kai hui Egyptiui den koran leian boia samenui tuns anthropus anestesan ectes nesu.
Kephalaion to proton kai tessaracoston. The Destruction of Psara, July 1824. And the tutoi hy Psarianui aistomeni hodi heineos ton turcum melnusi kai epispans pleusestai, a bull leuonto prosta paronta. Kedox nautis ute pleruntans naus, ute catatalasam majestai, alla catacora menen hösan hypolemioi pirondai apobainis den näson. E förbuntogar hyentelei med hynautai autan is ekplexin catastantes diatopletsos ton polemion apopleuseian. Elbisonte hama radios pesdei tus enantius amienestai. Hoplitans undi estesan hopuemellon hypolemioi apobansins poiestai, kai polla herymata catestesanto, kai eupylacte odokei inai. Alla panta otis isto enantium perieste, hyger polemioi ogdoe contan naus in epiplum poie samenui, miamen he merantis epi keiremasin u catortuon. Teide hysteraia elatsontinas apobantes estengen, diegar ton capnon ton napoton mechanon anno corunta, hy phylaces ucedynanto prohoran, kai kykla perielsontes, kai catenotu tuisnesiotais epigonomenui dieptilo mechri hupantes nis pygan catistanto. Kai entauta ede pans idea cathiste kites pyges. Hyger psarianui ucecontes pros hoti chrestenai, hymenes ton limena, kai tans naus catefygon, hydes den talatsan eripton heautus, hydetines hos hexacosii ens monasterion ti elsontes emynonto. Epoliorce senun hos strategos ton turcon ton monasterion kykla peristesans tus hautu. Che med duo hemerans keryka pemsans logus epoieto perispondon, ugaretele dietriven hios hyendon lima anancasteien eikein. Hyde ugetslon ton spondans decestai, alla ugar pleone diacosi hypolui poiesan, uceti dynamenui antistenaitis poliorcunsi, pyr enevalon de apothecei heienen euporiate spiritidos, kai pantes homo apetamum. Kephalaion to deuteron kai tessaracoston. Civil War in Greece, June to November 1824. Endetaietei tuota en ha hobyron apetanen, udemia mache genetoan te Peloponneso. Ugar parentuis turcuis plesosti hopliticom plen hosui entais patrais etie poliorcunto. Alla hoi braemes pares gewazdeto hos hameri arcmenai is ballon isten hellala. Vid prohestotes ton hellenon epi polynkronon ede estasiazdon en sphisinautis, periton dallon kai duargiriu huectes Anglias paredexanto. Kai uceti adeos epe meginunto allelis. Hogar colocotrones kai alletines ton procriton calapos perontes. Otita perito argyrion ucacistato hei autois edokei, quineix in homniasi, que hopla lobontes apedecnunto ten gnomen, hoti udei homologiam poiestai prostuns entelei, printen hyparchus an demokratian catalyseian, que allen baltion catastheseian.
etikon de tote fruruntes den tripolitsam Bulgariae polloi, hus emistus econ hyanarcheis, cae hopanos huius tu colocotronu, stratiae elthon istempolin, epeirato methistanai autus, cae misdon imis thopros agestai, hyde uc hypercuon, alla epexodon poies amenoi epipesontuis metapanu, hyanatopedion escedaniunto. Epeide de xynemix an allelis, cartaraen he mache, que en cersi pensa, que gu protoron apausanto macomeni, brin hopanos apetane, cae hualli ediefugon apoliunto. Hurtos unices antes, hui Bulgariae anechores anis tempolin. Hode colocotrones, epeide tauta engelte, diatonde thanaton tu huiu a tumesans, cae hodian alluistis in acrobolismois upleon econ hic syndomomocotes, uceti diaferent en stasin buleto, alisto naupleon poreutens, en eciris en hauton tuis en archeis, cainsten hydran comiscens hypauton is epison is desmoterion. Ende te stasei taute apolluntum menton Hellenon upolloi. Blave de catistato megiste de tuisentois agruis diato hecaterus panta harpagem poiestai.
Cephalaion to Triton cae Tetstarakoston. Ibrahim lands in the Peloponnese, February 1825. Catedeton chimona tuton parescevasdato ho Ibrahemes, hos hamata epiontis here catestrepsomenos tem Peloponneson. Cae epeide tates paresceves auta hetuima en, arans te stratia catepleusenes ton limenates mozones udenos antistantos. Hygar Hellenes dietan stasin upo epescevas antans naus, cae apobibasans tetricis scilius hoplitans, esand auton hyplestui Aegyptiei, cae hypens istria consius apesti elementans naus hopos cae ten allen stratiandia commissainto. Autos de proximeto hostachista isceras ienaitus Hellesi. Gignoscon hotite prote hemerae malista pans strateuma de notaton esti tuis polemius. Iontes untem prosto neocastrum ferum san hodon, cae engus catastrato pedeus samenui epoliorcun tempolin hui turci. Ende tuto Mauro cordatus ectes mesogeias afficumenos metastratioton ucoligon, epeirato apocleien tuns polemius hostem merceti dynastae estem mozonan epanelten. Hod Ibrahemes bulumenos diamaches ienae autis estopedion cateie cae xynetax et uns hoplitans. Ante tachtes ande cae hui Hellenes, cae epeide Cairos en, epeis amen hui Aegyptioi cosmo cae taxei, ante con de polynchronon hui meta Mauro cordatu, epita, apeiroigar esan hui Hellenes tuiautes maches, et trapunto is fugen cae prosta meteora apephugon. Apethanon dauton is hexacosimus. Cae metetauten den nicen edoxe to Ibraheme den sphacteria neson cata laven, en he tria Hellenica deichismata en. Nomis degar eitauten catexei, raion to neocastron cae nausi cae pesdo poliorcesein.
cae celeusans dans naus, elegar paresan apotes Aegyptu, periplente neson, hopos meto Hellenicon nauticon epiboethuie, ape vivase mem plesosti hopliticon, esta pros hesperan. Alle detines essenneon cateton limena. Hosu parontes nausi taute cat arae in scorion calapon cae petrodes. Cae hui apobantes eutius da dehismata heilon, cae tom fruron tuns mem pleistus apectenan. Oligoi detines emploia hypo feugontes cae esothesan, cae ho mauro cordatus his autonen.
Kephalai onto tetarton kai testarakoston. The Ravaging of the Peloponnese, May to August 1825. Huto men ede kata kratos e poliorketos to neokastron kai kata gan kai kata talassan. Hode Ibrahimes idon hoti anatomiae in hypolitai, logom profere perispondon, Kexymbas in poieto prostunsendon, efhote exias in hypospondoi, cae adoros apias in hopoi ambulantai. Exceltonte sun apepleusan neuvitini gallicae, istan calamatan. Cae eutius metatauta istem mesogiam prosei hu Ibrahimes, cae pensant ancoran leian poieto. Hyd epicoriae, e epiuien hypolemiae, eutus istuns lofus catefeugon hosuc axiomachoi ontes. Caeston elpiston trapomenoi, ucetia nomisdon hoti polema perigenesontai meti paralogon genetai. Cae pede engis tes tripolitsas parei hu Ibrahimes, tente polin catecausan hypolitai, cae etiallum me dynanto apocomisdestai. Eambos aporiaton epitedeion anancastos in hypolemioi prostem mozonen anacorein. Hode colocotrones, apolitinsgar ectu desmoteriu, cae strategei, synagerans stratiotans in striscilius, et tarsune legon hoti udem plethos Aegyption hellensi foberonesti, cae toi auto tropo hoton dramalem prine cratesan, cae tuns met Ibrahemu nun nicesunsin. Al inspiran el tontes maches en nicetesan hy Hellenes, cae apetan amen auton hos tetracosiei, autos de ho colocotrones monon uc el nefte, cae apeide pollans men comans catecause, pollen de leian elaven, epanechoresen hu Ibrahimes istem mothonen. Kephalaion to pempton cae tessarakoston. Cutahe besieges Messalongi, April 1825. Cae tu autu etus hameri arcomenoa, hoc iutache strategos autocrator esto Messolongion stratia por eutins e poliorces et deuteron. Hed polis haute apecetes thalasses hos testaracon stadia. Hyperlimnes que mene, gen es ballus estan thalassan homos udidos in isplun, e me pleuis micruis. Cae hui Messolongitai, hios et iho buron esde, ecratinant ateiche, cae ta alla isto amenon catestesan. Cae metaute geneto, enancastessanam paradidonais spans autuns cae tempolin tuis polemiuis. Hogar ciutache aficomenos eutius pros bolans poieto, cae panti tropa epeirato helento chorion. Umentui procores ege, hygarendon, opote hypolemioi pros ballien, ucene didosan alla eminon to protiumia panse chromenei, cae tolmei.
epex hodunste kai hautoi epoiesanto kai tuns turkuns polla eblapton. Idonde hociuta che hoseike ta pragmata, tuiundeti epenoesen epos aneo da panes kai poliorkias tempolin prosagagito. Ekeleus egar tun stratiotans comati mega poiestai litsunste kai xyla kai iti allo of Helemonen epi ballontas. Hutogar nomis da dynastai ambiae el seltsin. Hyde Hellenes ebede hypselo sede geneto hocus, kai ude mian eti elpida econ hosam perigenuinto me crateseian autu, aefnidios epexiontes epepesuntuis polemiuis aprosdocetuis de unsi, kai prosto ergo mallon ten gnomen prosecunsin. Kai insciras eltontes et repsan autuns Hellenes. Huto de gratesantes tu comatus kai catebelon, kai hypoton auton chronon tuton neostines afficonto tu miaulus strateguntos, kai machei nicesantes dans turcicans naus, ese commissanta epitedeia estem polin.
Kephalaion do hecton kai Tessarakoston. Arrival of Ibrahim, December 1825, and fall of Messolongi, April 1826. Huto mende kalos epraxan hy Hellenes. Hode kiuta che, kai per noso pies domenon don stratioton, en choriogar gelode estratopedeuonto. Uden hetson kata koran emmine, kai ekton dynatone poliorke eti tempolin. Kai garedoxen auto perimenein hios anti sofelia ectes Peloponnesu paragenetei. Kai hamato phthinoporo afficato autos hu Ibrahemes, pes dei poreutins metastratioton tetracis hilion, kai hamaneos ucoligae ectes Alexandreias ec pleusonsai paragignonto. Kai ede pensi panaronen hodi uceti hoius testai, homiaule sitiais comisden, ude hypolitai oligui pros polluns agonis dominui dynesontai antecintui sexo. Kai gargatemeran hecasten pro iunsan ebedidu heaporiaton panton, kai hama apetanon noso et traumasin, kai limo pleon pentacosiu kai chili ton politon. Homos de udins etelen endunai ude decestai transpondans hans edidu ho Ibrahemes. Kai apeide uceti econ siton hy strategui hoste didonaituis politais, kai limo iemellon apotneiskein, Gnomen epoiesanto hoti deic sympantas tuns de anthropus kai tans gynaikans kai tuns paenos. Hosoiente polei hypolui poiesan. Hypoton polemion machomenus diaptarenai mallon espans autuns paradunai. Kai apeide kairos doceienai, hy Messolongitai, plen eitines et traumasine kai nosoi astenestriasane hostetans oikians leipein. Hyponykta prostais pylais andetagmenoi hypantes. Han heimengynaikes tendes theta kai hopla homoia eikon tuis anthropois. Edos andexifilia kai tuis paisin. Hegunto de te sodu hoplitai ins dis chilius, cae tentapron diabainus in hypoton polemion ballomenui. Cae metapolles prothymias, epi ferumenui tuis turquis ebiasanto hyemprosten. Epitade hyeti epiton gefyroan ontes, graugeitini ton torbumenon apatethentes oionto dein anachorein.
kai metaton ta opisten philatsonton, anekomistesan esten polin. Inselton de hama hyturkyi, kai kateste ente sotheis panse idea letru. Fona wangar hosis en dykyen, kai instans oikias insel thontes, apectinon kai tuns nosuntas. Kai lempstesam meloligoide ton ente polei, kai tuuton hyplistui paides gynaikes esan, apethanondu ukelasson driskiliui. Hyde ede den dapfron diebantes, hos uden pistanto don gignomenon, probainon epostes asphaleias antilavinto. Kai diapeuxis anegeneto autois, me automolostis, kata brodoken autus. Hyde turkyi epistamenyten hodon dihes emellon poreuestai, en hedran sede poiesanto kai fylasson. Pansanun den nykta tauten, panda kotentuis feugunsin hypolemioi proseballon. Kepede he mera egeneto, kai mollisis tuns lofus afficonto hypophygontes. Upleone penta cosioi ca chiliei hypolui poiesan.
Kephalaion de hebdomon kai testarakoston. Interference of the Great Powers, July 1827. Kai perituns autuns chronus tutuns xynevesam prosallelons, hyd Angli kai hy Galli kai hy Rossi. Kai xymma hy genomenui gnomen poiesanto, hot ide bia exymbase di allaxaituns turcuns tuis hellensin. Hos prosecon ethnos di Christianicum pannoletria di Flarenai. Guineum presbis pemsantes espondans pro calunto, hecateruns hostetum polemon dialuen, caeta amphisbetumena tais megalais dynames in epitrepein, tus de med decumenus pros anancasein. Hymenun Hellenes, epeide hy presbis afficonto, asmeno edexanto transpondans. Hos mian allen elpina econtes des soterias. Hode sultanos umonon ucupe ecuen, alla cae eutius angelus epemse proston Ibrahemen, que leuam pense spude cae protiumia diaperentum polemon. Ausis un ectun neocastru hormetens, hu Ibrahemes estem mesogian eporeueto, cae pensanten coran leian epoieto, cae calepeden hes bole hede, cae gresan logu, hyger stratiotae dans comans pensans secausan, cae ta dendra catecopsan, cae umodon tuns anthropuns hosei healos in apectenon, alla cae tans gynaicas cae tuns spaedans eponeuon, cae proseti ta hyposdigia dieptheiron, cae hosa alla empsy caidien. Kephalaion to ogdon cae tessarakoston. The Battle of Navarino, 20th of October 1827. Hyde nauarcui tes Anglias, cae tes Gallias, cae tes Rossias, epide tauta egnosan, dianoethesan cata plenis to neocastron, huper xyneve tu turcicon nauticon hormen, cae me perihoranta gignomena. Afficumenuide eutius ceruca epemsan axiuntes ton Ibrahemem pauestai tu polemu, cae metapantos tu strateumatos apoplein epites Aegyptu. Cae prostuto to angelma apecrinanto hy epites ges, hoti hu Ibrahemes uparestin, ude hyuntestin autai angellen ha hy nauarcui egeleusan. Cae tauta accusantes hyc symmacui esepleon eston limena, hos epidexim poies homenui tes dynamios.
kai etiam adeloi estin hopotere erxantes naumachias, al upolis chronos kai pantiton nautica prosemeix an hecatere, kai cataton limena perigraptonge onta insceras eltsontes en naumacun ucolingum meros des hemeras, egdeges hui hoplitai ton turcon, essendau ton dismuriei epiton lopon hyperiechunsi ton limena, cathoron ton agona ton macomenon huis udeni tropo ien epiboetin. Al upote en aphanei en hopoteran estai en nike. Ugar mega ergon en tuis xymachis gratesai ton turcon, en thoriuboion ton kai atacton. Kai prinicta epigenestai pollai menton naonautis catediusan, pollai de aploi agenunto. Kai huto lampros en nikesan hyxymachui hoste udemia naus cresimege unsa hypollypos etien tuis polemius. Todi Ibraheme ectes mesogeias de hysteraia anachoresanti, en idin tata nauagia, kai duns necruns sporaden cata ton limena cata peromena. Apetanungar ton nauton hostetricis Kyriei, kai dieptarto panto nauticon ha dianoethetas nesus catastrepestai, kai tacata den naumachian huto xuneve. Emui mende mecrituto grafesto, tade metatauta isos alla melesei. Telos tu tetartu melus.
The Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827, by Charles D. Chambers. Notes. Part 1. Introductory note to chapters 1 and 2. During the first few lessons, while the Greek alphabet, see appendix, and the portions of grammar given below are being learnt, it is intended that these two sections should be used for practice in reading, and should be translated by installments to the class. Nouns should be declined viva voce and also on paper, with or without an adjective and the article. For example, hemikrage, hekalape holos, stenos isthmos. Similarly, the present indicative of verbs should be conjugated. For example, ekein. Attention should be drawn to cognate words in English and Latin. For example, colpos is gulf, mesos is Latin medius, and also to the close connection between the terminations of first and second declension nouns in Latin and Greek. As occasion arises, emphasis should be laid on A, the connection between sentences, and B, the uses of the article. The rules are collected here for convenience, but of course only one or 2 points will be dealt with in any one lesson. A. First, every sentence is connected with its predecessor by a conjunction or connecting particle. Of these, the commonest are kai and, de but unemphatic, gar for, alla but emphatic, un therefore, de and, mentui however, epeta then. Notice that de, gar, un, de, mentui do not come first word in the sentence. Second, there is one exception to the above rule. When the demonstrative pronoun hutos, this, or its derivatives huto, thus, toiutos, of such a kind, sum up what has already been stated, no conjunction is required. Similarly, when the demonstrative pronoun hode, this, or its derivatives hode, thus, toiosde, of such a character, look forward to what is coming, no conjunction is required with the following sentence. Third, when two words or groups of words are parallel, they may be joined by te gai or gai gai, both and. In English, we seldom use the word both, and therefore leave te untranslated. This is necessarily the case when te gai kai occurs. Fourth, When two clauses or sentences are contrasted, men, de, on the one hand, but on the other, are used. Men, just like de, both, looks forward to something which is coming, but de connects with what has gone before, and means but on the other hand, not simply on the other hand. The contrast between the men clause and the de clause is often so slight that we do not translate men at all, and translate de by but, or even by and. Protom men, firstly, is habitually answered by epeita, secondly, not by epeita de, as we should expect. B. The uses of the article. First, it is habitually used with the names of countries, islands, and towns. Hellas, Greece. Euboea, Euboea. Athene, Athens. And with proper nouns, if the person is well known or has previously been mentioned. Pelops, Pelops. Second, it is used as an unemphatic possessive pronoun. Diaton Pluton, on account of his wealth. Dans Perenseche, has its springs. Third, it is placed, as in English, before an attributive adjective, or may be repeated with the adjective after the noun. Corinthios kolpos, the Corinthian Gulf. Inston kolpon ton Ionion, into the Ionian Gulf. Fourth, instead of an adjective, the attributive may be a prepositional phrase, an adverb, or a genitive case. Prosborean Moira, literally the towards north part, that is, the northern part. Hygergui hyente Mesogeiae, the farmers in the interior. Hynun Epikorii, literally the now inhabitants, that is, the present inhabitants. Hotucudides Ouluru, Thucydides the son of Olorus. Fifth, it is used with abstract nouns. Epimeixia, communication. Hokindynos, danger. Sixth, it is omitted with a predicated adjective or noun. Ton nesom megiste est in Euboea. Euboea is the largest of the islands. Seventh, it denotes a whole class. Duo aetiae proaguns tun supercuns instum polomon. Two causes lead subject peoples into war. Eighth, the article was originally a demonstrative pronoun, and can be used if accompanied by men or de, meaning he, she, it, and they. This is especially common in expressions like hymen, hyde, these but those, some but others. Hymen piloi esi to Hellenica demo, hyde xymmakui esi ton Turkon. Some are friendly to the Greek nation, but others are the allies of the Turks. Tamen aiscunem pere, egdeton doxon lambanunsi. Some deeds bring disgrace, but from others they win honor. Notice the order when a preposition is used. Hyde necessarily comes first in its clause, a fourth point. Hymen generally comes first, but may be preceded by a word or group of words which belongs to both clauses. It is not necessary that when hyde is used, hymen should have preceded, but hyde must not refer to the subject of the previous sentence. Ninth, the article with an adjective, a prepositional phrase, an adverb, or a genitive case forms a noun equivalent. Hypelaioi, the ancients. Hyparatalatsios, the coast. Dodikaion, justice. Hykator, those on the coast. Hyante Mesogeiai, those in the interior. Hykatepeiron, those along the mainland. Hyante Xynomosiai, the members of the conspiracy. Hymetautu, his companions. Taentos Stratopedor, the state of the camp. Taperites Xynomosias, the facts about the conspiracy. Taton Turkon, the property of the Turks. Chapter 1.
Gemache hora, see appendix. Hodulos, see appendix. Stenos, mikros, masculine and feminine, see appendix. Present indicative of enai, emi, of lyen, lyo, see appendix. Estimen, ekeide, see introductory note A, fourth point. Gehelas, see introductory note B, first point. Autos, aute, auto, in the nominative means self, Latin ipse, but the oblique cases are also used for the personal pronoun, him, her, it. Auton is Latin earum. Epeiros, mainland. Thus the western coast of northern Greece was called Epirus in contrast with the adjacent islands. Prosboream Moira, see introductory note B, fourth point. Chersonnesos, literally dry land island. Nessos is island. Eprosmesembrian, the southern. Moira is understood in Greek as part is in English. Hymempelaioi, see introductory note B, ninth point. Men is answered by de 6 lines down, as Hydenyn Epikorioi. Peloponneson, literally island of Pelops. According to tradition, Pelops, the son of Tantalus, came from Lydia and became king of Pisa in Elis. See Mythological Dictionary. Ektes Asias, from Asia. Prepositions meaning from take the genitive in Greek, because the genitive expresses separation, like the Latin ablative of separation. Afikomenos, having come. Participles are given in the vocabulary as adjectives. Hos, as. Thucydides, the son of Olorus, was an Athenian who wrote the history of the Peloponnesian War BC 431-404. Hooloru, see introductory note B, fourth point. De, kai, see introductory note A, third point. Diaton Pluton, on account of his wealth, see introductory note B, second point. Hynun Epikorioi, the present inhabitants, see introductory note B, fourth point. For this use of an adverb for an adjective, compare 1 Timothy 5:23, thine often infirmities. Kai, see introductory note A, third point. The modern name of the Achelous is Aspropotamo, meaning white river. Tanspegans, its springs. Compare above diaton Pluton. Tonionion, see introductory note B, third point. Dia with genitive means through, as here, or by means of. With accusative it means on account of. Haepimeixia, communication. See introductory note B, fifth point. Dois paratalatsiois, the article with a prepositional phrase or with an adjective is equivalent to a noun, for those in the interior and on the coast. See introductory note B, ninth point. Megiste, the largest. The article is omitted with a predicated adjective in Greek. See introductory note B, sixth point. Te, kai, see introductory note A, third point. Chapter 2. Todoron, see appendix. Neuter of stenos, mikros, see appendix. Doxa, see appendix. Hode, see appendix. Kata ten archen, at the beginning. Hode, this, is declined like the article with de added. When it is used with nouns, the article must also be used immediately before the noun. Hopolemos hode, or hode hopolemos, this war. For exception, see below. Hymen, hyde, see introductory note B, eighth point. Katakomos atekistus, in unfortified villages. Compound adjectives, atekistos, unwalled, have no separate form for the feminine. Compare paratalatsios, polyanthropos below. Hydekator, but those on the coast. The article with an adverb forming the equivalent of a noun, see introductory note B, ninth point. Kator,
properly down. The Greeks spoke of going down to the coast, up into the interior, and on the high seas, just as we do. The coast is regarded as the lowest point. Ton pleiston tu biu, the greater part of their livelihood. The adjective is made to agree in gender with the noun in the partitive genitive. Heparathalatios silicet ge. See introductory note B, ninth point. Nautica okola, with a crowd of sailors. With and by are expressed in Greek by the dative, corresponding with the Latin instrumental ablative. Hyente mesogeia. See introductory note B, fourth point. Tuns de alluns, etc., to pay tithes of their produce and other taxes. The English order is the reverse of the Greek order. Hoste, with indicative, introduces a consecutive clause, so that. The harpages, see above. Hosper kleptai, as clefts. The clefts, literally robbers, were those Greeks who in defiance of the Turkish authorities carried on a predatory warfare from the hills. Many of them were popular heroes, and their existence helped to keep alive the patriotism of the Greeks. Taton Turkon, the property of the Turks. See introductory note B, ninth point. Ton Prinpilon, see above. Hokindinos, see introductory note B, fifth point. Huto de, in this way. De only emphasizes huto, which sums up what precedes. For omission of conjunction, see introductory note A, second point. Chapter 3. Despotes, see appendix. Duai diai haide, these two causes. If a numeral is used, hode does not require the article to be inserted with the noun, contrary to the rule given above. Tuns hypekuns, subject peoples in general. The article denotes a whole class. See introductory note B, seventh point. He timoria ton adicion, vengeance for their wrongs. Pros, against. Dietade, for the following reasons. For the omission of a conjunction in the following sentence, see introductory note A, second point. Protomen is answered by epeta below. See introductory note A, fourth point. Hoti, that, introduces a noun clause after verbs of thinking, knowing, feeling, seeing, saying, etc. Autui, they themselves. Ekunsi tuns despotans actionetuns, literally, they have their masters ignorant, that is, the masters they have are ignorant. Actionetuns is a predicated adjective and so has no article. This is the common idiom with ekein. Adica pascun sin hypo, literally, suffer unjust things by, that is, suffer unjustly at the hands of. Hypo with genitive is the ordinary way of expressing the agent after passive verbs, like Latin ab with ablative. It is also used, as here, with intransitive verbs which have a passive meaning, are unjustly treated by. Huioitisi, literally, are such as to, that is, are able to. So hoiitestin, it is possible. Te in early Greek was added to relative words, for example, hoste, and in such cases means nothing at all. Diken lambanem para, to take vengeance on, literally, to get punishment from. Para, with genitive meaning from, is only used of persons. Uden, etc., up to dikaiu. The judges do not care at all either for the laws or for justice. In Greek, two negatives only strengthen one another, provided that the second one is compound. To dikaion, justice. See introductory note B, ninth point. Metadoron, they decide cases with gifts, that is, under the influence of bribes. Ainsi is understood with empeiroide from the previous clause. In general, if a word or group of words is required with two clauses, it is inserted in the first clause and understood in the second. Huto, see note above. Hon, of which. The relative pronoun hos, he, ho is declined in its other cases like the article with a rough breathing instead of tau. See appendix. Tamen ek de ton. See introductory note B, eighth point. Pere. Neutral plurals in Greek take a singular verb. This arose from an original use of the neutral plural as a singular collective noun. Athanaton. See note above. Chapter 4. Past imperfect of enai, of luen, elion. See appendix. Syllabic augment. See appendix. Strong aorist. See appendix. Kata, at, compare above. Tuis para. Those along the shore of the Black Sea. See introductory note B, fourth point. The name Euxine, hospitable, was given it to avoid the original ill-omened name of Axenos, inhospitable. Kalapos eperon, like Latin agraferebant, were indignant at. On augment, see appendix. Ten ton turkon archen, see introductory note B, fourth point. Apostoluns. The envoys of the conspirators were called apostles, that is, messengers. Hosuns epeithon, all whom they persuaded. The suppressed antecedent of this clause is the object of xynagunsin. Hugat epeiron, those on the mainland. See introductory note B, ninth point. Kai, see introductory note A, third point. Tunsente xynomosiae, see introductory note B, ninth point. The Philiki Heteria, or Association of Friends, was the successor of the Philimuse Society, which had as its object the encouragement of Greek literature. In 1815 it became a political society for the purpose of raising an insurrection against the Turks. The members, on being initiated, swore on their knees at dead of night to be faithful to their afflicted country, to labor for her regeneration, not to disclose either the secrets of the society or the name of the person who initiated them, and to put to death their nearest and dearest relations should they be guilty of treachery. So Gordon. Hymen in contrast with Tuis de Prostates below. Ebullawon hoti gave their opinion that, compare above. Kre is a noun meaning necessity. It is used, with esti understood but never expressed, to mean it is necessary. The past imperfect is kreen, kreen, and the infinitive krenai, kreinai. Kre is understood with katakaien, kitenin, and analambanin. Tuis prostates en gnome, the leaders determined. Protomen epeta. See introductory note A, fourth point. Exagen istum polemon belongs to both clauses. The provinces of Moldavia and Wallachia form the present kingdom of Romania. The Heterists wished the first outbreak to take place in this district because it would be easy for Russia to send troops to their assistance. Te kai. See introductory note A, third point. Horizde. See note above. Constantinople drew its principal supply of food from the rich alluvial plain of these provinces. By the Treaty of Bucharest, between Russia and Turkey, the Sultan had undertaken to appoint Christian governors, called Hoduspars, over these provinces, and not to keep more than a small number of Turkish troops in them. Diepimpe, for augment of verbs compounded with prepositions, see appendix. Dun, so, is used after a parenthesis or a digression, resuming the main narrative. Pros, in relation to, that is, for. Eprasom pros, negotiated with. Theodore Vladimirescu, so called because he had received the Russian Order of St. Vladimir, had been a colonel in the Russian army. As he was a Wallachian landowner, he had great influence among the natives. Georgaki, the name is a diminutive of George, was a Greek from Mount Olympus, and at this time in command of the troops at Bucharest. Caravia was captain of the garrison at Galatz. Emathon, for strong aorist, see appendix. Taperites xynomosias, see introductory note B, ninth point. Chapter 5. Pons, see appendix. Temporal augment, see appendix. Else, for strong aorist, see appendix. Panta de ente Moldavlachiae, all the arrangements in Romania. Tun hypsilantes strategum prostaxantes, appointing hypsilantes general. Participles in as are declined like pas, and are given in the vocabulary as adjectives. Prince Alexander Hypsilantes had served in the Russian Imperial Guard, and had lost an arm at the Battle of Kulm in 1813. After the peace of 1815, he grew weary of inaction and entered warmly into the plans of the Hetaireists. Hos Apetane, who had been put to death by the Turks on a charge of treachery. The aorist, in a subordinate clause, often refers to a time which is past from the point of view of the main clause. In these cases, we use the pluperfect in English. Hypo, see note above, dun, see note above. Ins diakosiuns, to the number of 200, a common use of ins with numerals. Homerun selabon, seized as hostages. Des mois, literally with chains. Instrumental dative, see note above. Plen hosoi apepygon, except those who had escaped. Plen is also used as a preposition, example above. Epeleutheria, to secure the freedom of the people. Heke, melle, had come, intended. Note that in noun clauses introduced by Hoti, the original tenses are retained. For instance, in the proclamation Hypsilantes said, I am come, Russia intends. Therefore the present tenses are retained, though we translate them by past tenses. Compare above. At the end of the proclamation came these words, If some desperate Turks venture to make an incursion into your territory, fear nothing, for a great power is ready to punish their insolence. The great power was, of course, Russia. Instead of taking military precautions, Hypsilantes commenced operations by seizing a wealthy banker whom he accused of being hostile to the revolution and concealing funds belonging to Hetaeria. The first accusation was not a crime, and the second was false, but the banker was glad to pay the prince several £1,000 to escape out of his hands. This act of extortion alarmed the wealthy citizens, who, afraid of being robbed by the Greeks, availed themselves of every opportunity of escaping into Russia and Austria. So Finlay. Hoseidon, when they saw, for augment see appendix. Enomizonte, and they thought. Te is here used as a conjunction, joining two sentences. See introductory note A first point. Umelle, was not likely, for tense, see note above. Eke, see introductory note B fourth point. Totonem poron, see introductory note B ninth point. Kai autoi to auto epratson, themselves too did the same, see note above. Autos, immediately preceded by the article, means same. Ekolion, tried to prevent. Chapter 6, elpis, see appendix, dis, see appendix. Meta, with accusative, after. With genitive, with 2 lines later. Probaine, for augment, see appendix. Etis kaiallos, literally, if anyone else, also of those in the conspiracy, was loyal. That is, was as loyal as anyone. Hysteron, subsequently, as related in chapter 12. Ton ectes perioikidos, see introductory note B ninth point. Chariti, by his influence. Instrumental dative, see note above. Enelpidi, kareliuen kai analavein, he is in hopes of overthrowing and recovering. Notice that the aorist infinitive does not refer to past time. See appendix. Toiauto, see note above. Empanti de ataxias, literally, in everything of disorder, that is, in a state of utter disorder and suspicion. De only emphasizes pas. Compare above. Pareche, for augment, see appendix. Hyperguon takes either the genitive, as here, or the dative, as above. This sacred battalion consisted of about 500 Greeks. Their uniform was black, with a cross formed of bones in front, and Constantine's inscription, in hoc signo vinces. So Allison. Chapter 7. Present indicative of poiein, poior, see appendix. Houtos eike. With adverbs, echein means to be, when matters in the camp were in this condition.
hyporges, angrily, gryphautu, without his knowledge. Besides disavowing the insurrection, the Tsar Alexander I commanded Ypsilantis to proceed no further, but on the contrary, if possible, to disband the unhappy men whom you have misled. Ypsilantis pretended that the Russian proclamation was only a blind to deceive the Turks, and that the Tsar was really sending troops to support him. Stratia, with an army. The instrumental dative is very common in military phrases expressing the accompanying force. Hossa karaviu, see note above chapter 4. Hypo, see note above chapter 3. Tantimorian, analambanein, to take vengeance on those who had committed the crime. The participle with the article is equivalent to a noun, just as an adjective with the article is. Hoadikesas, or hoadikos, means the wrongdoer. Hymetautu, literally those with him, that is, his troops. See introductory note B, 9th point. Tu Bucurestiu, from Bucharest. The genitive in Greek expresses separation from, like the Latin ablative of separation. Compare note above chapter 1. Helon, for augment, see appendix. Lavein, to receive the governorship as the reward of his treachery. Compare note above chapter 6. Automolia chorein, to go by desertion, that is, to desert. Automolia is dative of manner, like Latin ablative of manner. Hoste, on condition of. Hoste often introduces the terms of an agreement. Chapter 8. Past imperfect of poiein, epoiun, see appendix. Einai, indirect speech. He said he was disloyal. Hypo, see note above chapter 3. Caravia and another officer butchered him in a barbarous way with their sabres. Prosocorun, joined the Turks as deserters. Isoctoconsimus dinas, to the number of some 800. Compare note above chapter 5. Edoke to Georgake, it seemed good to Yorgaki, that is, Yorgaki determined. One of the reasons for postponing the engagement was the fact that the day was a Tuesday, which is regarded as an unlucky day in the East. Kukla, by a circuitous way. Hoste with infinitive gives the result, whether it is the actual or only the probable result. With the indicative, it gives the actual result only, as above chapter 1, so as to cut them off and prevent them escaping. Huto, in this way they were likely to kill them all. Erre, for augment, see appendix. Stadia, the plural of stadion is either stadia or stadioi, as above chapter 7. Chapter 9. Caravia was always reckless, and on this occasion happened to be intoxicated, so Gordon. Esele, he wished the glory of the victory to belong to his men. Einai with dative is used to express belong to or have, like Latin est mihi liber, I have a book. Hamate hespera, literally with the evening, that is, at sunset. Hama is often used as a preposition with words denoting time. Hippos, horse, is sometimes used as a collective noun, meaning cavalry, just as we speak of so-and-so's horse, meaning mounted regiment. Hippos in this sense is feminine. Eidon is plural because the battalion is regarded as the soldiers, so too kaiautui immediately below. Verbs of sense perception, for example, seeing, knowing, hearing, etc., take the accusative and participle in Greek, as they may do in English, saw him advancing. Ergon, action, used in Greek as we use action to denote battle. Thymo kai rhume, with spirit and confidence. Dative of manner. Compare note above, chapter 7. Emellon, they were on the point of leaving the village. Compare above chapter 8. Hyhoplitai, namely,
the troops mentioned above chapter 8. Dromo, dative of manner. Compare note above chapter 7. Etrepon, routed them. Dunsenantius is understood from doisenantius. Hose pain, so to speak. This phrase is used to apologize for an exaggeration. Pantans hose pain means practically all, not literally all. The infinitive a pain is used absolutely, that is, without any syntactical construction with the sentence. Chapter 10. Houtos, see appendix. Tauta, this. Houtos refers to what precedes, hode refers to what is coming. As above, chapter 3. Educum parastantes, happened to be standing near. Dinkano takes the participle where we use the infinitive. Hosui, loku, see note above, chapter 4. Hyde, see introductory note B, 8th point. Ta dupsilante atsumia enepese. Ipsilantis became disheartened. Tautes des maches. Houtos requires the article to be used before the noun as hode does. See also note above, chapter 2. Te hysteriae, solicit hemera, on the next day. When an event is dated by the particular day, night, month, or year of its occurrence, the dative is used without a preposition. Otherwise the preposition en is used. The proclamation began, "Soldiers, I can hardly bring myself to sully that honorable and sacred name by applying it to persons such as you. Henceforth every bond is severed between us, but I shall ever feel profoundly the shame of having been your chief." So Alison. Inspipte is thrown into. The passive of compounds of ballein, throw, is formed by the corresponding compounds of piptein, fall. For example, ekballo, I expel, ekpipto, I am expelled. Compare apokteino, I kill, apotnesko, I am killed. Hierarchai, abstract for concrete, the Austrian authorities. Noso, literally by disease. Instrumental dative, see note above chapter 2. He fell ill and died. Ypsilantis was kept as a prisoner until 1827, when he was released, but he died in the following year from the effects of imprisonment in unhealthy fortresses. En goes with aporia as well as with ginduno. Epoikou, homewards. Epoikon, home. Epi with accusative states where one goes. With genitive it states the direction only. Edokun, seemed. Edoki, it seemed good. The two uses are the same as those of Latin videri. Heurein, see note above chapter 6. Chapter 11. Pylax, agon, oiketor, see appendix. Dun stratiotans is the object of apoleipein, which can be used transitively as here, or intransitively as below. Apoleipein ek tu agonos, to desist from the struggle. Lavein, indirect speech. They considered that they had taken up arms. Compare above chapter 8. Hosper kleptai polemein, to carry on a guerrilla warfare. Compare above chapter 2. Hosa turgon, see note above chapter 4. Donallon, masculine. Tade, see introductory note A, 2nd point. Te trite hemera, compare note above chapter 10. Tatera is a contracted form of tahetera, literally the other parts, that is, the other side. Enaon, for uncontracted form, see appendix. Hyperken autuis, literally existed for them, that is, they found a refuge. Compare note above, chapter 9. Chapter 12. Epiduomenos, for 2 months. Duration of time is expressed by the accusative alone, as above chapter 8, or with epi. telos, as adverb, at last. Monasteries were often used during the war as fortresses, or places to store ammunition. In some cases the books they contained were destroyed to provide paper for cartridges. Nyktos, by night. The accusative, genitive, and dative are all used to denote time. Melle majestai, tende den nykta, nyktos, deide de nykti. He intends to fight throughout this night, by night, on this night. The accusative implies that the fighting and the night last the same length of time. The genitive implies that the night lasts longer than the fighting. The dative disregards duration altogether and merely states that the night and the fighting occurred together. Compare above, chapter 8 and chapter 10. Keryka, a man with a flag of truce. Adeam boyen, to give a safe conduct to Yorgaki and all the others who were there. The clause hosui paresan is equivalent to pensi tuisendon. Yorgaki addressed his followers thus: Brothers, in our present circumstances, a glorious death is all we ought to wish for, and I trust there is no one here base enough to regret his life. Let us imitate those true Greeks our comrades, whose dead bodies are stretched on the fields of Dragashan and Skouleni, and whose blood yet cries for vengeance. If we die like them, perhaps on some future day our countrymen will gather up our bones and transport them to the classic land of our forefathers. So Gordon. Burgon, the belfry. Empresence, having set it, the gunpowder, alight. Apu, silicet chronu, from the time when. Two reasons are given for the failure. First, diatente axunesian, and second, hoti eukonomizon, owing to the folly of Ypsilantis, and because the inhabitants did not think, etc. It is very common in Greek to express two parallel ideas by two different syntactical constructions. Compare above this chapter, where a noun and a relative clause are parallel, and chapter 8, kalapos kaien hyeta, where an adverb and a prepositional phrase are parallel. End of section 5. The Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827, by Charles D. Chambers. Notes to Part 2. Section numbers refer to Sonnenschein's Greek grammar. Chapter 13. Passive and middle present of lyein, indicative lyomai, infinitive lyestai, participle lyomenos. Section 183. Present participle active of enai, on, of lyein lyon, strong aorist elton, all like hekon. Section 99. Of poiein poion, section 198. Prin eltsein, before affairs in Romania came. Paraskavazdontai, get ready to meet the crisis. The middle voice has a reflexive meaning, implying that the agent is working for or upon himself. In most cases English does not admit of this shade of meaning, and the middle is translated as if it was an active or neuter verb. For example, boulontai, they wish, majestai, to fight. In some cases, however, the reflexive force is retained. Paraskavazdontai, they make themselves ready, amynontai, they ward off from themselves, that is, they defend themselves. Hypsilantus strateguntos, under command of Ypsilantis. The genitive case is used absolutely in Greek, like Latin ablative absolute. Tonta, the things that are, that is, the truth. The Greeks were encouraged by several monks and hermits who issued from their cells and wrought on the superstition of the peasantry by visions and prophecies. Gar often introduces a narrative alluded to in the previous clause. In English, no corresponding conjunction is used. Edikon apobantes, happened to disembark. See also chapter 10 note. The Turkish armies were largely recruited from the Albanians, who enjoyed a high reputation for bravery. Inskaradran anedrevon, set an ambuscade in a ravine. Compare Latin abdere se in silvam. Nisecusi, compare above. Touton genomenon, see above. Mellusan, coming. Chapter 14, passive and middle present of poiein, indicative poiumai, infinitive poiestai, participle poiumenos, section 199. Onoma, section 32, genos, section 33. Hyektas perioikidos Hellenes, see introductory note B, fourth point. Piran poiuntai tu deichus, make an attempt on the fort. Amynein means to ward off, silicit tuns polemius. The middle means to ward off for oneself, hence to defend oneself. See also note above. Pulavomenuis pros, deliberating with regard to. Hoste exeltein, on condition that the Turks should march out. Compare note above. Epituto, on this condition they guarantee their lives. Hosedunatonon, since it was impossible in any other way. The accusative is used absolutely instead of the genitive with impersonal verbs or neutral adjectives with on. See below, eoparaskon, there being a favorable opportunity, from impersonal eopareche, there is a favorable opportunity. Hos is often used with participles or prepositional phrases to give the motive for the action expressed by the main verb. See also below. Hyperche, their numbers were not sufficient. Compare note above chapter 12. Eoparaskon, see note above. Kalamatan apoliorkun, literally, they besieged a place. Chorionti, Kalamata as to its name. Kalamatan is an apposition to chorion, onoma is accusative of respect. Spondans poiuntai, same as spendontai. This periphrasis with poiestai is extremely common. Compare euchans poiuntai, same as euchontai, leian epoiunto, same as eleisdonto, fugan epoiunto, same as ephaugon, and other instances in the vocabulary, see under poiein. The passive is formed by gignestai, for example, archen poiuntu tu polemu, they begin the war, arche tu polemu gignetai, the war is begun. Hoste, see note above. De duce, by their good fortune, instrumental dative. On the 5th of April 1821, the Greeks sang their first thanks to God for victory. The ceremony was performed on the banks of the torrent that flows by Kalamata. 24 priests officiated, and 5,000 armed men stood round. Never was a solemn service of the Orthodox Church celebrated with greater fervour. Never did hearts overflow with sincerer devotion to heaven, nor with warmer gratitude to their Church and their God. Patriotic tears poured down the cheeks of rude warriors, and ruthless brigands sobbed like children. All present felt that the event formed an era in the history of their nation. So Finlay. Hosaitiun sontas, as being the authors. Kata, in accordance with. Hoti, selene, in apposition to logos. We might omit hoti and put inverted commas. Chapter 15. Passive and middle indicative past imperfect of lyen, elyomen. Section 183. Of poiein, epoiumen. Section 199. Strong aorist middle of gignestai, indicative egenomen, infinitive genestai, participle genomenos. Don genomenon, of what had happened. The commonest strong aorist middle are aistomen, aistanomai, perceive, aphicomen, aphignumai, arrive, episomen, binthanomai, ascertain, etrapomen, drepomai, turn, hypeskomen, hypisknumai, promise. Many of these Mussulmans were Greeks by origin. Their forefathers had adopted the religion of Muhammad to avoid having to send their children as tribute to Constantinople.
leian apoiunto, they plundered. See also note above chapter 14. Udia makru, silicet chronu, literally, not at a great interval of time, that is, soon. Ekontes, having the events at Kalamata as examples of all that they too were likely to suffer. The Greeks at Patras issued a proclamation containing merely these emphatic words: peace to the Christians, respect to the consuls, death to the Turks. Lord Byron has translated one of their battle songs, Sons of the Greeks, Arise. Chapter 16. Active future of lyuein, indicative lyso, infinitive lysein, participle lyson, section 181. Polis, section 37. Eugenes, section 100. Ekenos, ekene, ekeno, section 142. Kaeti protoron, or a little before. Kai corrects the previous statement. Tuns prokritons, the primates. These were Greek officials appointed by the Turks to act as local magistrates in unimportant cases and to collect the taxes. Dihon epratsonto, by whose agency they raised the taxes. Hosbuleusontes, to deliberate. The future participle expresses purpose as in Latin. Enaxiomati asan hypo, were held in honor by, compare above chapter 3. Eisthanonto, literally, perceived the Greeks that they were preparing, that is, perceived that the Greeks were preparing. Escopun hopos kolysonsi, considered how they should prevent. Indirect question, the tense and mood of the original question, how shall we prevent, are retained just as is the case with hoti. Compare note above, chapter 5. Lampsei, instrumental dative, by the taking. Uprochore, matters did not proceed as they wished. Arista hexei ta pragmata, matters would be best. Arista is an adverb. Compare note above, chapter 7. For omission of conjunction, see introductory note A, second point. Ekparaskeves, by arrangement. Prosopoiunto, they pretended A, that a letter had come, and B, that he advised them. For the two different constructions, first, accusative and infinitive, second, hoti clause, see note above, chapter 12. Melonton, since the government intended to kill them all. Hyenarchais, same as hierarchai, as above, chapter 10. Epoikou means in the direction of home, homewards, like above epites polios. Epoikon, above, means home, implying that you get there. See also note above, chapter 10. Chapter 17. Active weak aorist of lyuein, indicative elyusa, infinitive lyusai, participle lyusans, section 182. Basileus, section 37. Megas, section 105. Dieto echein, owing to his regarding all alike with suspicion. The article with the infinitive forms a noun equivalent. It can be used in any case, dative below, nominative below, and is especially common after prepositions. The infinitive may have a subject or object as pantas, and may be qualified by any adverbs as homoios, or adverb equivalents as anhypopsia, just as is the case with any other use of the infinitive. Megati pragma praxanta, literally, having done some great deed, that is, by some violent measure. To xylavein, by arresting them. See also note above. The chief dragoman and secretary were important Turkish officials. Tome hypakouein, literally, the not obeying, that is, disobedience. See note above. Basileos, same as sultanu. Tongar basilea, indirect speech. Compare above chapter 8. Dieto tan heortan agein, because of their keeping the festival.
See note above. Gregory was arrested on Easter Eve. Etichon boiesontes, happened to be going to celebrate. Compare above chapter 13. Sultan Mahmud II was called the Butcher by the Greeks after this murder. Gregory was 82 years old at the time of his execution. There is no reason to suppose that he was inculpated in the conspiracy. At all events, he had solemnly excommunicated Ypsilantis when the news of the insurrection in Romania reached Constantinople. Chapter 18. Glycus, section 102. Polus, section 105. The feelings with which the Jews and Greeks regarded one another may be illustrated by this extract from Gordon. A band of Jews attended the Pasha's camp voluntarily in the capacity of executioners, allured merely by the pleasure of butchering with clubs the Greek prisoners. One of these execrable savages afterwards boasted that in a single day he had with his own hands slaughtered 64 victims. Greek priests wear beards, while other Greeks do not. Hence it was easy to recognize the body. Hosper theai duce, providentially. U kalapon, it is not hard to imagine all that the Greeks suffered. Chapter 19. Active perfect of lyuein, indicative leluca, pluperfect elelyke, infinitive lelykenai, participle lelukos, section 182. Some perfects end in tha, ga, pa. For example, elelytha, from erchum I come, bepeuga, peugo, flee, elenpa, from lambano, take. Katalambanusi, mellonta, find that the people were on the point of holding an assembly. Verbs of finding and sense perception, perceiving, seeing, knowing, take the participle instead of the infinitive. Compare note above chapter 9. Hospeson, to persuade. Compare note above chapter 16. Deikismata, the fortresses in the Peloponnese still held by the Turks were Nauplia, Navarino, Modon, Coridon, Monemvasia, Patras, and Tripolitza. Τους nesiotans kai hosui esin. Compare note above, chapter 12. Apauton, same as apoton gindunon, which will result therefrom. Hosa hemartegasi, the crimes of the Turks. So hosa bepontamen, our sufferings. Pandon hon epiponthesan, for all they had suffered. Hon is attracted into the case of its antecedent pandon. This attraction occurs when the relative pronoun would naturally be in the accusative and its antecedent is in the genitive or dative. Eis tanonto, ontas. Compare note above. Chapter 20. Future middle of lyuein, indicative lyusomai, infinitive lyusestai, participle lyusomenos, section 183. Of einai, indicative esomai, infinitive esestai, participle esomenos, section 266. Nous, section 49, part 14. Nous, section 26. The inhabitants of Psara, Spetsa, and Hydra supplied sailors to man the Sultan's fleet, as well as paying a small tribute. Tadalla, in other respects they were free citizens. During the wars which followed the French Revolution, the crews often doubled their capital by carrying grain from the Bosporus to the blockaded towns. Doxan, accusative absolute from impersonal doke, it seems good, since they had determined. Compare note above chapter 14. Hopos xeulapsontai, to arrest. Epimelesomene hopos boetheian, to arrange to prevent the Sultan sending help. Verbs of effort, for example, epimelestai, pratsen, take pains, piratsestai, take precautions, take hopos with future indicative. Epimelesomenoi is in the nominative by sense construction. Ariston epaineto, plain, being equivalent to they determined to sail. Epainonto paraskewas domini were clearly making ready. Phainomai enai, I appear to be. Phainomai on, I clearly am. Chapter 21. Weak aorist middle of lyuein. Indicative eleusamen, infinitive leusastai, participle leusamenos. Section 183. Keir, section 49, item 24. Arguruns, section 93. The Turkish guns had a longer range than those of the Greeks, which made the latter unwilling to approach the man of war. On the other hand, the Turkish gunners were so erratic that Lord Byron remarked on one occasion that they would be more formidable if they did not take aim. Gnomen epoiesato, proposed. Agemisan glamatidon, they filled with brushwood. Isto, getting into the small boat, they rowed away. Ugaren, for it was not possible. Dieto prosechen, owing to the enemy paying attention. See also note above, chapter 17. On several other occasions Canaris repeated the exploit here described. The Greeks excused these murders on the ground that they were avenging Gregory's execution. Chapter 22. Passive weak aorist of lyuein, indicative elysthen, infinitive lysthenai, participle lysthens, sections 183 and 108, item 3. Future indicative lysthesomai, infinitive lysthesestai, participle lysthesomenos, section 183. Duveton, see introductory note A, second point. Demetrius Ypsilantis is thus described by Gordon. Nature had favoured him more in mind than in his corporeal frame, for his diminutive stature, bald head, awkward carriage, and indistinct utterance were ill calculated to win the opinions of those who beheld him. On the other hand, it was difficult to know without esteeming him, for even his enemies were forced to confess that to ardent patriotism he united courage, integrity, and humanity, disregarded the allurements of pleasure, and had much goodness of heart, with a steadiness of purpose which at times bordered upon obstinacy. Kolokotrones, like his father, had been a cleft. Tall and athletic, with a profusion of black hair and expressive features alternately lighted up with boisterous gaiety or darkened by bursts of passion. Among the soldiers he seemed born to command, having just the manners and bearing calculated to gain their confidence. On. Compare note above, chapter 19. The camp was situated at Veletsi, several miles south of Tripolitsa. The moral effect of this victory in encouraging the Greeks was out of all proportion to the losses actually inflicted on the Turks, which amounted to about 400 men. Chapter 23. Aner, section 49, item 1. Gunet, section 49, item 5. N. It was possible. Compare above, chapter 21. 18th. If any were known to them, that is, they sent to any of those inside whom they knew. Epito, dekestai, on condition of receiving. See also notes above, chapters 17 and 14. The report that a Turkish army was coming turned out to be false. Chapter 24. Passive and middle perfect indicative of lyuein, lelumai, pluperfect elelumen, infinitive lelysthai, participle lelumenos, section 183. Ento neocastra. Navarino had capitulated on the 19th of August, and a dispute arose about searching the Turkish women for jewels which they were supposed to have concealed. Women wounded with musket balls and sabre cuts rushed to the sea seeking to escape, and were deliberately shot. Greeks seized infants from their mothers' breasts and dashed them against the rocks. Children, 3 and 4 years old, were hurled living into the sea and left to drown. When the massacre was ended, the dead bodies washed ashore or piled on the beach threatened to cause a pestilence. Francis, a Greek priest, who records these atrocities of his countrymen with shame and indignation, himself hired men to burn the bodies of the victims with the wrecks of some vessels in the harbour. So Finlay. Kolokotronis records in his memoirs that when he rode into the town, his horse from the walls to the palace never touched the earth, owing to the accumulation of dead bodies. Τους endon apoktenontes epepaunto, literally, murdering the inhabitants they had then desisted. Eiti paralleleipto, they plundered all that had been left. Some of the richest families in Greece today owe the foundation of their fortunes to the spoil of Tripolitsa. After the Greeks had been in possession of the city for 48 hours, they deliberately collected together about 2,000 persons of every age and sex, but principally women and children, and led them to a ravine in the nearest mountain, where they murdered every soul. Some prisoners were spared for a short time to bury the bodies of their slaughtered countrymen, which were putrefying by thousands in almost every house and garden. Even this precaution was too long neglected. The air was already tainted with a deadly miasma, and a terrible epidemic soon broke out among the Greeks. So Finlay. End of section 6. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa. The Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827, by Charles D. Chambers. Notes to Part 3. Section numbers again refer to Sun and Shine's Greek grammar. Chapter 25. Accusative, subjunctive, present of einai, o, section 266. Of lyein, lyo, section 181. Weak aorist lyoso, section 182. Strong aorist of baskein, batho, present of boyein, boyo, section 198. Regular comparatives of adjectives, sections 110, 111, 113, and adverbs, section 173. Hamataieri archomeno, with the beginning of the spring. See ear. The participle is used as in Latin ante urbum conditam. Theros, summer, includes spring and autumn, and is used of the whole period during which military operations were carried on in ancient times. Hopos, esagagosin, in order to introduce. Hopos, or hina, in order that, with the subjunctive expresses purpose. The aorist in the subjunctive, optative, and imperative moods is not a past tense. The difference between it and the present is not a difference in time, but in kind of action. The present regards the action as continuing, the aorist regards it simply as occurring. See also appendix. Donne son gratete son. Genitive absolute expressing a condition. If the islands were conquered. Epikindinotaten eikon. See note above chapter 3. Eudukesantes. See chapter 21. Auton, then they were. The genitive of comparison is used like the Latin ablative of comparison. It is a genitive of separation, ischirotore auton, meaning stronger starting from them. Duispansin euporotaten, excellently provided with everything. Celebrated for its fertility and the enchanting aspect of its gardens, Chios carried on a brisk trade in silk and fruit. From thence Constantinople was supplied with oranges, lemons, and citrons. But the most valuable production of the country is gum mastic, a substance highly valued by Eastern ladies who amuse their indolence by chewing it, deriving from that practice as much gratification as their male relations enjoy by inhaling the fumes of tobacco. So Gordon, fearing that they would suffer. The object clauses after words of fearing are introduced by me, lest, followed by the subjunctive. Antonius Bornia had previously served in the French army. Epotrunosi, see note above. Eite metacosi, whether they should take part in the war. The subjunctive is used in deliberative questions as in Latin. De non en, there was danger lest. See also note above. Chapter 26. Irregular comparatives of adjectives. Sections 117 to 119, and adverbs. Section 175. Beltion, section 120. Hos is used for houtos in the expressions kai hos, even so, oudos, not even so. Hoti, or hos, as immediately following, is used with superlatives of adjectives or adverbs meaning as much as possible, like Latin quam, prin dexelten, before they captured it. Polo, by much, that is, far more powerful. Astenestere hoste, literally, weaker than so as to, that is, too weak to defend themselves. Hei, as, katechilions, 1,000 at a time, distributive use of kata. Hose pain, see note above chapter 10. Epiduleia, for slavery, that is, to be slaves. It is said that out of 100,000 inhabitants of Chios, nearly a third were massacred and nearly the half enslaved. Only 1,800 were still living on the island in August 1822. Chapter 27. Active Optative Present of Lyen, Lyemi. Section 181. Strong Aorist of Pascain, Pathuimi. Numerals. Section 122. His, duo, tres, tetsares. Section 123. Houtos epraxan, fared thus. Praxin, like do in English, with adverb means to fare. The Albanian Christians, who lived at Suli, had fought on the side of Ali Pasha of Janina. When Ali was killed, February 1822, they had continued the war with some success under Marcus Botsaris, but were now being besieged in the castle of Kiafa, which is the Acropolis of Suli. Parakui, after an historic tense, ebuleto, the optative may be used, instead of the subjunctive, in final clauses, and with verbs of fearing, as below, phoumenos me echeien. Gnome, inferior to no one in judgment. Oudenos is genitive of comparison. See note above chapter 25. The Philhellenes were officers from various European countries who had volunteered for service in Greece. The corps, consisting of about 100 men, was formed to show the Greeks the value of discipline. Genos, by race, accusative of respect. Compare above chapter 14. Gogos had greatly distinguished himself in the previous year by repulsing a Turkish attack on Petta. Phoboumenos me echuyen, see note above. Egatexunsi, if they should control the administration of affairs. Huide, the Turks. See also introductory note B, 8th point. Chapter 28. Active Optative Weak Aorist of Lyen, Lysaimi, section 182. Topolu, exceltien, bear the brunt of the attack. Descens, fearing that they would no longer effect anything. Most of the Turkish army had been recruited in Albania. When two relative clauses, referring to the same antecedent, here lofon, stand side by side, and the second relative would be in a different case from the first. Here first relative is hon, and second would be hos. The second relative is either omitted, as here, or replaced by a personal pronoun. Compare St. Matthew 3:12, whose fan is in his hand, and he, not who, will thoroughly purge his floor. Hos soterias, as each group had hope of safety. Des lui bois, with the rest. Compare note above chapter 7. Udmias elatson, less than none, that is, worse than any of the calamities in the war. The remnant of the Philhellenes was disbanded shortly afterwards. The following incident is related by Gordon. At noon on the 16th of July, as Mavrocordato sat at dinner with his suite at Langara, one of the Greek commanders, examining the shoulder blade of a sheep according to a method of divination practised in the East, declared that their friends had suffered a bloody defeat. This caused some mirth at the seer's expense, until a horseman, while they were still at table, brought news of the battle of Petta. 2 days after the battle, Gogos went over to the enemy. Some of the Suliots continued to fight on the Greek side under Marcus Botzaris. See chapter 35. Corcyra, or Corfu, was neutral territory, being under the control of an English High Commissioner. Chapter 29. There were no houses in Salamis for the accommodation of these refugees, and the landowners showed their patriotism by exacting rent for the privilege of sleeping under an olive tree. Brachea ekon had their supplies short, that is, were short of supplies. See also note above chapter 3. Hoper, like Latin, id quod. Hoson u, almost, like Latin, modo non. Alle alla elagon, like Latin, alias alia dicebant. Chapter 30. Ego su, section 128. Active imperative mood of einai, isthi, section 266. Of lyein, present lye, section 181. Of boyein, boye, section 198. Weak aorist of lyein, lyeson, section 182. Strong aorist of baskein, bate. Mathonton, let them learn. The third person plural of imperatives is the same in form as the genitive plural of the participle. Ekontai kai hainesoi. The islands too are in their hands. The present is used graphically for the future. Tina elpida ekontes. With what hope or with what purpose? The interrogative tis, who, is declined like the indefinite tis, anyone, but accented differently. Section 151. Pos ublabe, silicet esti, how is it not a loss? That is, surely it is injurious. Nomise me dens, let no one suppose. Prohibitions are expressed by me, or compounds me dens, meketi, kaitaloipa, with either the aorist subjunctive, or second, the present imperative, as below. Philatsomen, let us guard. The subjunctive supplies the missing first person plural of the imperative as in Latin. Anacorunsin, participle, when they retreat. Pantom malista, most of all. Baskein, same as blaptestai. Meketi, este, do not be alarmed any longer. See note above. Prosumon, in your favor. Symbesetai hemin, will happen to us. That is, will be achieved by us. Chapter 31. Reflexive pronouns heauton, spes. Section 134. Passive and middle subjunctive present of lyein, lyomai, section 183, of poiein, poiomai, section 199, strong aorist middle of gignistai, genomai. Tas fethera auton, equivalent to Latin sua, their own property. Sphetheros is used either as a direct reflexive, referring to the subject of the verb in its own clause, or, second, as an indirect reflexive used in a subordinate clause and referring to the subject of the main verb. If auton is added, it is a direct reflexive only. Tous autou, his own men. Tautei, there. Spons is an indirect reflexive, used in a subordinate clause and referring to the subject of the main verb. Upolus, there was not much time, and Kolokotrones arrived. That is, it was not long before Kolokotrones arrived. Tolmeroteroi heauton genomenoi, becoming braver than themselves, a common way in Greek of expressing their courage increased. Hyekton meteoron, we should say those on the hills. Greek often accommodates the preposition to the sense of motion expressed in the verb. The men came down from the hills. Asphaleiates exolu, that Ypsilantes and his men might come away in safety. On the second occasion, one of the Greeks happened to be asleep when his companions evacuated the fort and was accidentally left behind. Awakened by the noise of the Turks rushing in to plunder, he seized a large copper cauldron, and putting it over his head to conceal his features, walked boldly out. The Turks, thinking he was one of themselves carrying off loot, let him pass with a few jokes at his ridiculous appearance. So Trikupi. Chapter 32. Hostis, section 162. Weak aorist subjunctive of lyein, passive lyso, middle lysomai. Section 183. Prosdekonto should be prosdekomenoi, corresponding with philatsontes, but such slight irregularities are very common. Compare emelle below. The Turkish fleet, which should have brought supplies, sailed away to Patras, owing to the admiral's jealousy of Dramali. Taton polemion, seeing the affairs of the enemy in what state they are, that is, seeing in what state the enemy are. For the order of words by which taton polemion is made the object of idontes, instead of being placed in the dependent clause as subject, compare St. Mark 1:24, I know thee who thou art. Hostis introduces an indirect question. The direct question was, Entini esti taton polemion, in what state are the enemy's affairs? Greek retains the original tense, esti, just as it does in hoti clauses. See note above chapter 5. Dramali's difficulties were much increased owing to the season being singularly dry. Disease broke out among his men, who were living mainly on green grapes and unripe melons. Hytines poiesontai, to make an ambuscade. Hostis, with future indicative, expresses purpose. Ta kalapotata, the most difficult points in the pass. Poiesontai, krateseian. After an historic tense, hopos may take the subjunctive, as note above chapter 25, or the optative, as note above chapter 27. Occasionally, as here, both are used. There is no difference in meaning. N, it was possible. Hopoi trapontai, where to turn. Deliberative subjunctive, see note above chapter 25. Kai, both, and. Chapter 33. Idon pragmata, seeing the state of affairs. See also note above chapter 7. Tuonantion, the opposite way to that which the enemy were guarding. Hytinas, since they. Hostis, besides being an indirect interrogative pronoun, is used, first, to express cause as here, second, with future indicative to express purpose, see note above chapter 32, and third, as an indefinite relative pronoun meaning whoever, as immediately below. To poly, same as hypolloi, the majority. The state of these fugitives is thus described by Gordon. The famishing soldiers, after eating all their horses, existed on the flesh of their dead comrades, and even fought over their graves. Chapter 34. Passive and middle optative present of lyen, lymen. Section 183. Of poien, poimen. Section 199. Strong aorist middle of gignestai, genuimen. These Albanians were Christians, serving as mercenaries to the Turks. They spoke the same dialect and wore the same dress as Marcus Botsaris and his Suliots. For Marcus Botsaris, see note above, chapter 27. Peiram poiestai, see note above, chapter 14. An epiperuinto, they would attack. An gives to the optative a potential sense, expressed in English by would, might, or could. Hopoitrapuinto, where to turn. After an historic tense, the optative may be substituted for the deliberative subjunctive in indirect questions. The original question was poitrapometa, where are we to turn? Compare above, chapter 32. Chapter 35. Passive and middle imperative present of lyen, lyu. Weak aorist middle, lysai. Weak aorist passive, lysheti. Section 183. Strong aorist middle of gignestai, genu. Present of poien, poiu. Section 199. Autu, on the spot. Hytinas, since they. See also note above, chapter 33. Me ekplagete, do not be alarmed. See note above, chapter 30. Plethe inferior in numbers. Me andreius unsi, if we are not brave. The negative is me, not u, because the participle expresses a condition. Proshemon, on our side. Compare above, chapter 30. Peripleistu poieste, literally, regard above very much, that is, regard as of the greatest importance. Chapter 36. Optative present of einai, eien. Section 266. Optative weak aorist passive of lyen, lyteien. Middle, lyseimen. Future, lysuimen. Section 183. Ebulemeno moiesti, literally, whether it is to me being willing, that is, whether I am willing. Compare Latin, quibus bellum volentibus erat. Decestai de pole, admit into the city. The dative pole is instrumental, literally, receive with the city. The instrumental ablative in Latin is used similarly with recipere. Asmenos an dexeimen, I would gladly admit him. We translate the predicated adjective asmenos by an adverb. Compare Latin, primus hoc feci, I did it first, and teleutaios, as above, chapter 29. Pros, in answer to, periton Hellenikon, with regard to the Greek war. Ta Hellenica is the subject of melle. See note above, chapter 32. Katepainuindo, are in sight. In a clause introduced by Hoti, that, the optative may be substituted for the original indicative if the tense of the main verb is historic. Here, else. Note that though the mood is altered, the tense remains the same. The original message was Hui turkui kata fainuntai. See also note above chapter 5. Ei elpizduyen, whether they hoped. Elpizduyen in the original question was elpizlunsi. Instamalista, in the highest degree. Amen, fubuimetha, eye anankastemen, equi. What were these words in the original statement? Bulumonus, if you are willing. Ukidion, the lead he had was not his own. See also note above, chapter 3. Bulausuito, he actually said, Bulausumai, I'll think about it. Hoti sometimes introduces the original words and is represented in English by inverted commas. Tuoinu, partitive genitive, some wine. Xunanenkui, may everything turn out as we wish. The optative by itself in a principal sentence expresses a wish, hence its name. The Turks subsequently advanced to Anatolican, a small town situated in the lagoons, about 5 miles west of Messalongi. The inhabitants had been accustomed to get their supplies of drinking water from the mainland, as there were no springs on the island. Of this the Turks were aware, and therefore expected to force it to surrender quickly. A Turkish shell, however, happened to fall on the church of St. Michael, and, breaking through the pavement, disclosed a spring, which not only supplied sufficient water, but encouraged the people to think that a miracle had been performed on their behalf. After about a month, the Turks abandoned the siege. End of section 7. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in September of 2022. The Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1827, by Charles D. Chambers. Notes to Part 4. Section numbers again refer to Sonnenschein's Greek grammar. Chapter 37, Die Man, sections 196 and 197. Paragnomen, contrary to expectation. Hoper, which no one would have believed if he had been told before it happened. An is used with the past tenses of the indicative in a potential sense, expressing might have, would have, could have. See also note above chapter 34. Tamen, tade, partly, partly, or sometimes at other times. As an instance of Byron's energy, the following story may be quoted. When he was at Kephallonia, a number of workmen engaged in excavating were buried by the fall of a mass of earth. Byron heard of the accident while at dinner, and rushing to the place, seized a spade, and by his example stimulated the panic-stricken onlookers to set to work. The result was that all the workmen were rescued. The Ionian Islands, being under the protection of England, were the chief place of refuge for those Greeks who had been driven from their homes by the Turks. See also note above chapter 28. Honsonnance, whatever ships they had. An, joined to relative pronouns or conjunctions and followed by the subjunctive, gives an indefinite sense expressed in English by ever. On the 30th of December, Byron and Count Gamba, an Italian, with their baggage and a large sum of money, set sail in separate ships. Byron's ship fell in with a Turkish frigate, but succeeded in getting away to some rocky islands called Scrophis, where Byron concealed himself in a cave. Gamba and his ship were captured, but by a curious coincidence the captain of the Turkish frigate had once been saved from death by the Greek skipper, and, in gratitude for this, he pretended that he saw nothing suspicious about the vessel, and let it continue its voyage. Chapter 38. Then, Krestai, section 232. Contracted futures, sections 235, 1, 236, and 237, item 1. See chapters 34 and 35. Ute hosten, communtai, nor having whence they shall get rations. That is, not being able to get rations. Estin hote, sometimes. Compare below. Estin he, in some places. The disorder culminated in the following incident. A Suliote, noted for his bravery, came to the armory with a young son of Marcus Botzaris, and having no written permission to enter, was stopped by the sentry. He persisted in going in, and the officer on guard ordered him to be arrested. A quarrel ensued, and the Suliote, having received a blow, killed the officer on the spot. In an instant alarm pervaded the town. The Suliotes rose to arms, threatening to storm the armory and even Byron's house if their countryman, who had been apprehended, was not set at liberty. The riot was at length appeased, but Byron declared that he would return to the Ionian Islands if the Suliotes did not leave Messalongi. So Gordon, Eprasin Hopos, took steps to make the place secure. Verbs of effort take hopos with future indicative. See also note above chapter 20. Uchexun sin hopos, will not be able to. See also note above. His is used emphatically with superlatives. This man of all others, like Latin unus, ton gatheoton, of his contemporaries. On the 9th of April, Byron went out to ride near the town and was overtaken by a heavy shower and returned home in a boat. Shortly afterwards he complained of fever. The doctors prescribed bleeding, but he refused, saying, "I will drink all your medicines, but not one drop of my blood will I shed. All of it shall be shed on the field of battle." Delirium came on, then stupor, and at 6 o'clock in the afternoon of Easter Monday, 19th of April, at the instant of an awful thunderstorm, Byron expired. His coffin was laid by the side of the grave of Marcus Botzaris, but as he expressed a wish to be buried in the tomb of his ancestors, at Hucknall Torkard, near Nottingham, the body was removed to England and his heart interred at Messalongi. Chapter 39. Der Loon, sections 200 and 201. Ta how don, regarding only their own interests. To iskremathi, from lack of money, instrumental dative. Hosan dei, whatever was necessary. See note above chapter 37. A committee was formed in London, including Jeremy Bentham, Joseph Hume, and T. Gordon, the historian of the war, and a loan amounting to £300,000 was raised. The security was very bad, and in fact the interest was never paid, but by a fortunate coincidence for Greek liberty, a mania for every kind of wild speculation had just then seized English capitalists. A talent was a sum of money worth 6,000 drachmae, or £210 in English money. A drachma is equivalent to a franc. Hosa labuyen, whatever money they got. After an historic tense, edapanon, the relative followed by the optative is used in an indefinite sense. After a primary tense, this would be hosan labosi. Compare above. Ektutuyutu, by such conduct. Every man of consideration in his own imagination wanted to place himself at the head of a band of armed men, and hundreds of civilians paraded the streets of Nauplia with trains of kilted followers like Scottish chieftains. Phanariates and doctors of medicine, who in the month of April were clad in ragged coats, and who lived on scanty rations, threw off that patriotic chrysalis before summer was past, and emerged in all the splendour of brigand life, refulgent with brilliant but unused arms, fluttering about in rich Albanian habiliments, and followed by diminutive pipe-bearers and tall henchmen. So Finlay. Chapter 40. Histanai, active voice, section 248. Antestealta, went against him. The strong aorist, perfect and pluperfect of histanai and its compounds are intransitive. Isaporion katastesai,
means to reduce to helplessness. That's weak aorist. Esaporian katastanai means to be reduced to helplessness. That's strong aorist. Heuretai, deliberative subjunctive. Heureito might have been used. See note above, chapter 34. Mehemet Ali was a determined reformer, although his reforms, like those of all Eastern despots, were directed solely to 2 points: augmenting his revenue and forming a disciplined standing army. The first he brought about by a most horrible system of oppression and monopoly, turning the cultivators into bondsmen and making himself the only merchant and landowner in the country. The second he effected by establishing an arbitrary conscription among the Arab villagers and purchasing the services of European instructors. So Gordon. Tates choras isto epideion. Controlling the organization of the country, he arranged matters to his own advantage. Hoten, by which course. Hotan, hey, whenever occasion should arise. Temporal conjunctions compounded with an, hotan, hopotan, epeidan, followed by the subjunctive, have an indefinite sense, expressed in English by ever. This ever has one of 2 meanings. 1. It refers to one occasion in the unknown future. For example, whenever, meaning at any time when, I die, I shall be cremated. 2. It refers to an unknown number of occasions. For instance, whenever, meaning at every time when, I am hungry, I eat. Hotan is used in sense 1, hopotan in sense 2, epeidan in either sense. See 2 more instances immediately below. Epeide hypeste, since he had undertaken the expedition. Hopote eltsuyen, whenever they came to close quarters. After an historic tense, hote, hopote, and epeide, followed by the optative, are used in the same indefinite sense as hotan, hopotan, and epeidan, with the subjunctive. See note above. Compare the use of the relative. Note above, chapter 39. Deon, accusative absolute. See note above, chapter 14. Chapter 41. Histanai, middle and passive. Section 249. Dynamai, I am able. Epistamai, I know, are conjugated like histamai, but see section 256. Heosan peirontai, until they should try. Heosan, so long as or until. Mekrian or mekrihuan, until, followed by the subjunctive, have an indefinite sense not expressed in English. They refer, either, to one occasion in the unknown future. For example, we will work till we have finished. Or second, to an unknown period of time. For example, while there is life, there is hope. After an historic tense, the same indefinite sense is expressed by heos, mekri, or mekrihu, followed by the optative. Compare notes above, chapter 40. Tuis epikiremasin, instrumental dative. They were not successful in, literally by, their efforts. Ukechontes, not having a point at which they should make a stand, that is, a rallying point. Heos anankasteien, see note above. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a soldier, bearing a lighted match, was seen to leave the monastery and run towards the entrance of a great subterraneous magazine situated outside. He fell, pierced with balls, and 5 of his companions, following his example, one after the other, shared his fate. Unable to execute their first project, the Greeks resolved to inflame the powder they had within the monastery. They ceased their fire, and the Turks, darting on, sword in hand, scaled the walls on every side. When suddenly the Hellenic flag was lowered,
a white banner inscribed with the words "Liberty or Death" waved in the air, a single gun gave the signal, and a tremendous explosion, shaking the island and felt far out at sea, buried in the ruins of St. Nicholas thousands of the conquerors and the conquered. So Gordon. Chapter 42. De Cnunai, sections 250-251. A desultory siege of Patras continued throughout the war. Taperi, the management of the loan was not in accordance with their views. Bryn got a lyseyan until they should overthrow the existing democracy. The Greeks had elected representatives, but great confusion had arisen owing to party quarrels. If the main verb is negatived, and uprin, not before, means not until, Bryn takes the same construction as mechri and heos. See note above, chapter 41. When Bryn means before, it takes the infinitive. Uprotorum Bryn, not until. The indicative is used referring to a definite time, as is the case with all temporal conjunctions. Diaton de Thanaton, Kaihoti, first, owing to his son's death, and second, because the conspirators were unsuccessful. See also note above chapter 12. Kathistato deus and deus agruis, befell the rural population. Diatopoiestai, compare note above chapter 17. It was owing to this civil war that no assistance had been sent to Cassus and Psara. Chapter 43. Ienai, indicative mood, section 267. Neocastron, situated on the mainland opposite the south end of Sphacteria, is generally known as Navarino, from some merchants who came from Navarre and settled there in the 15th century. Diamachas Ienai, to fight. Compare diapobu Ienai, to be afraid, above chapter 30. Dia, in such phrases, expresses the circumstances, literally, to come into a state of battle. To iaudes, that is, against disciplined troops. Sphacteria is famous as the scene of the Spartan surrender in BC 425. Katatonlimena, on the harbour side. Mavrocordato, being a slow runner, would have been taken prisoner had not 2 soldiers helped him along and got him on board a vessel from Hydra, named the Mars. For 6 hours he sat in the cabin, holding a pistol which might save him the ignominy of being sent in chains to Constantinople. He uttered no word except now and then a brief sentence expressive of the vanity of ambition, and a resolution, if he survived, to retire into private life. Meanwhile the Mars fought her way out of the harbour. The Turkish ships did not dare to approach too near, as the Greek captain could be seen standing with a lighted torch ready to blow up the ship if any attempt was made to board her. So Finlay. Chapter 44. Ienai, all moods and tenses. Section 267. Epote is used with the future indicative to express on condition that. The present indicative of Ienai and its compounds has a future meaning. The past imperfect and the other moods supply the missing forms of erchomai. Hopoi ambulontai, whithersoever they wished, literally shall wish. Epiuyin, if ever the enemy attacked. After an historic tense, a with the optative expresses if ever. See also note above chapter 40. When the main verb is primary, the same meaning is expressed by en, equivalent to an, followed by the subjunctive. Compare immediately below and see another note above chapter 40. Paralogon, contrary to expectation. Tentopolin, they burnt a the town, and b whatever they could not carry away. See note above chapter 12. En pos, if perchance, that is, in hopes that. After an historic tense, this might be apos with optative. Compare below chapter 45. When Kolokotrones was imprisoned, see above chapter 42, he exclaimed, I have twice saved my country, and shall be called upon to save it a third time. So Gordon. The Greeks were so demoralized that Kolokotronis had great difficulty in keeping his men together. On one occasion his scouts rushed in crying, "Back, back, there are horsemen in the olive yard." Presently, however, the horsemen were transformed into a flock of crows and flew away. So Trikupi. During this expedition Ibrahim advanced nearly as far as Argos. From a lofty point in the road he caught a view of Hydra, and stretching out his hand exclaimed, "Ah, little England, how long wilt thou escape me?" So Gordon. Chapter 45. Didonai. Active Voice, Section 262. When the Turks retired from Messolongi, see Chapter 36, they buried their guns and erected tombstones over them. The Greeks were deceived by this stratagem, and proudly pointed to the inscriptions which recorded the fate of their enemies. When Kütehei, or Reshid Pasha as he was generally called, began the second siege, he dug up the guns and used them against the Greeks. Me, except. Egeneto, if this had not been done, they would have been compelled. Unfulfilled past condition. Hopote, see note above, Chapter 40. Epos, see note above, Chapter 44. Aneo, poliorkias, literally, without expense and a siege, that is, without a costly siege. Lithunste, kaieti, see note above, Chapter 44. Dynastian, would be able. This could have been expressed by hoti dynaitoan. See also note above, Chapter 34. Udemian autu, they had no hope that, hos, they would prevail unless they were to get possession of it. Tuergon, that is, the making of the mound. Prosecunsi is dative plural of participle. Chapter 46. Didonai, middle and passive. Section 263. Kalos epraxan. See note above, Chapter 27. Heosan, see note above, Chapter 41. Kathemeran proiunsan, as each day came on. Astenestrie hoste, too weak to. See also note above, Chapter 26. At Messolongi, when they issued forth amid the drizzle of the night, feeling their desolation and their doom, they said to one another, "The Almighty himself weeps for us tonight." But they went on sword in hand to fall for their country, greeting her with the gladsome cry, "Arise, thou dearest mother." So Gennadius. Krauge, by some cry of confusion, literally of those confused. Almost at the moment when the garrison rushed on the Turks, that portion of the Messolongiots which was then on the bridges raised a cry of "back, back." Great part of the Messolongiots stopped, fell back, and returned into the town with the military escort, which ought to have formed the rear guard of the sortie. The origin of this ill-timed cry, which weakened the force of the sortie and added to the victims in the place, has excited much unnecessary speculation. It evidently arose among those who were in danger of being forced into the ditch. Their cry was repeated so loudly that it created a panic. So Finlay. Hosuis en Dykhuyen. See note above, Chapter 39. Epos. Compare above, Chapter 45. Anigeneto. See note above, Chapter 45. The deserter was a Bulgarian mercenary. Chapter 47. Strong aorist. Eben, Egnon, Ealon, Elun. Sections 271 and 272. Uprosekon. Accusative absolute. See note above, Chapter 14. Hoste, on condition that. Dunsdemed decumenus, saying that they would compel those who rejected the terms to observe them. Asmenui, gladly. See also note above, Chapter 36. Hosa, Izuyen. See note above, Chapter 39. Chapter 48. The English admiral, Sir Edward Codrington, was in command of the whole fleet as being the senior admiral. The instructions which he gave to his colleagues in the event of a general engagement concluded with Nelson's words that no captain could do very wrong who placed his ship alongside that of an enemy. So Fife. Upolus Chronos. See note above, chapter 31. N. It was possible. Compare below. Tanawagia. Some of these wrecks are still to be seen on shore and beneath the water. Emoi melesei. These are the concluding words of Xenophon's Hellenica. Emoi is dative of agent, by me. End of section 8. End of the Greek War of Independence by Charles D. Chambers. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in 2022.